Good morning. For those panelists online for the Zoom call, please identify yourself. If you could rename yourself so we know who you are. Thank you. Good morning, Trustee Condello. Could we test your microphone, sir?
Good morning.
Okay, we got you. Thank you. Good morning, Trustee Mikolos. If we could test your camera and your microphone, please.
I'm on my cell phone, so.
Oh, okay. We got your audio. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome to our February UCF Board of Trustees Committee Day. Thank you all for attending. We do have quite a bit of business to get through today. But before we do get to our business, I would like to take a few moments to acknowledge the legacy of President Emeritus John Hitt, who passed away on Monday. John was an extraordinary and visionary leader who loved the students of UCF. He made an incredible impact on this university and was so proud of his beloved UCF. The impact of his legacy can be seen across our many campuses, whether it's our downtown campus or our football stadium on campus here, our Lake Nona campus. John was responsible for quite a bit, not just here at UCF, but throughout the Central Florida region. Over 260,000 students obtained degrees under John's presidency. And as I said, he loved the students here and everything that we did for them. We will do a more extensive acknowledgement of John's career here at UCF and his passing at our full board meeting tomorrow. But for the moment, I ask that we take a moment of silence in honor of Dr. Hitt and his commitment to this very special place. Thank you. President Cartwright, do you have any additional thoughts this morning on Dr. Hitt?
Yes, Chair Martins, thank you so much. Dr. Hitt's passing, of course, is a tremendous loss to our university, to our community, and all of higher education. What Dr. Hitt accomplished here at UCF is nothing short of remarkable and will be remembered forever. What people may not recognize is how much of a nationally recognized individual Dr. Hitt was because of what he did here at UCF. And he was a leader, not just here, but also in all of higher education. He was a strong advocate for partnerships, for continuing to think about how we can do as much as possible with the resources we had through partnership. And that has remained a key part of what UCF does. And I know really fuels the excellence that will continue to help us to go forward in the future. So he will continue to have an impact on this institution. We will remember him, as Chair Martin said, as certainly as a visionary leader, a champion for education, someone who loved the students, and certainly someone who is loved deeply by many members of this community. So it is a very sad week for this community, and we just want to continue to recognize all that he did for UCF.
Thank you, Alex. We look forward to having the opportunity for the entire board to remember and acknowledge Dr. Hitt's legacy at our full board meeting tomorrow. Let's begin our committee meetings. We'll start with governance. Chair O'Cady, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Martins. Welcome to the February 23rd, 2023 UCF Board of Trustees Governance Committee meeting. Welcome to those here in person and those online. I'd like to remind everyone that the meeting is subject to the Florida Sunshine Law, and members of the public and press are invited to attend. If you joined virtually, please mute your phone and state your name before speaking. If you have any technical problems, please contact Lauren. Tanya, can you please call the roll and confirm quorum for voting for this committee meeting?
Chair O'Cady?
Here.
Trustee Gaikwad? Trustee Christie?
Here.
Trustee Lopez? Here. Trustee McAlpin?
Here.
Trustee Miklos?
Here.
For the record, are there any other trustees joining us today?
Martins.
Altizer?
King.
Thank you. Chair O'Cady, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Trustees, you have the minutes from our November 16th, 2022 meeting in your meeting materials. Is there a motion to approve those minutes as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Is there a second?
Second, Miklos.
Thank you, Trustee Miklos. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Trustees, we've all had the opportunity to review the agenda packet. I'd like to ask our General Counsel, Yandi Cook, if she's in receipt of any conflict of interest disclosures that may affect any of the items to be discussed at today's meeting. Yandi?
No, I am not.
Thank you. Trustees, any disclosures required before we convene the meeting? Seeing none, thank you very much. We have 10 governance agenda items today, I think 9 action items and 1 information item. Our first action item is Gov C1, and it's an exciting action item, and we get to honor one of our former trustees. And for that, I'd like to turn things over to Mike Kilbride, Chief of Staff, to present.
Thank you, Chair O'Cady. At the request of Chair Martins, we prepared a recommendation to award the designation of Trustee Emerita to former Trustee Beverly C. Trustee C served with distinction as a member of the Board of Trustees from 2013 to 2023. During her 10-year term, she served the board, the university, and our community with distinction, including serving as chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee, chair of the Academic Excellence and Student Success Committee, and chair of the board from 2019 to 2021. Trustee C shared her time, her incredible talents and service to the University of Central Florida, and during her tenure led the presidential selection process, launched our strategic planning efforts, and pushed the university to embark on the modernization of our systems and reporting. A copy of the full citation is included in your board materials. With your approval, the citation will be read into the minutes at the full board meeting tomorrow and approved by the full board or put forward for their consideration. Thank you, Trustee O'Kady. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Kilbride. Couldn't agree with the comments more and would ask, is there a motion to approve the designation of trustee emerita status to Beverly C?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. The floor is open for discussion. Any comments? Yeah,
If I may,
Chair Martins.
I think this is a well-deserved recognition for former Chair C. She has dedicated a major portion of her life to this university during her time as a trustee and leading our committees, and still to this day continues to be active despite the fact that she's no longer on this board. So I think this is a well-deserved recognition, and I would encourage the committee to pass it on to the full board for consideration tomorrow.
Agreed. Any other comments? Personally, when I
President
think about...
Cartwright has a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. President.
I will tell you, as someone who had the opportunity to work with Chair C, when I first started during the pandemic, and then continued through that, her commitment to this university was unwavering. She was always pushing us to get better, to really think about how we can do things differently. And I really did appreciate that. The whole time during the pandemic, I would say we spoke many, many times each week because there were so many decisions we had to make during that early stages of how we would actually operate. So we were fortunate to have someone who was so engaged and really thinking about how we continue to move the university forward. And the one thing that I will always remember about her is she is extremely committed to excellence. It is about how you can be the best. And that is something that is really important for us as we continue to become a better institution. She was always asking, why can't we do this better? Why can't we do that better? How can we think differently about what we're doing? And those are things that I deeply appreciated, because she then supported us to make the necessary changes so we can become better. So I think it would be a great recognition for her, and certainly to have her as a trustee emerita.
Agree. And personally, when I think about the period of time when she served on the board, but also as chair, a pretty impactful period of time, right? And I think nothing less than her role in bringing you to the university and what that's going to look like 26 years from now when you step down. So thank you to Bev for that. Any other comments on the motion? If not, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So we will have former trustee say at the meeting tomorrow, and when you see her, please give her your individual congratulations as well. Okay, moving on to Gov C2. We've got Chuck Riley with us to talk about amendments to our faculty collective bargaining agreement. And Chuck will highlight this, but as you know, every several years, I think it's every 3 years, we do a full review of our collective bargaining agreements, and in the intervening years, we have the opportunity to open, each side has the opportunity to open a select number of items, and we're in one of those intervening years. But I'll turn it over to Chuck to present Gov C2. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair O'Kady, and good morning, everyone. On September 21st, 2022, we reopened negotiations on 2 of the articles in our collective bargaining agreement. Article 22, which deals with sabbaticals and the professional development program, and Article 23 that deals with salaries. So this is, as Chair O'Kady mentioned, this is our first intermediate modification to the 2021-2024 CBA. Negotiations will begin again in September, again on the salaries article, Article 23, and also Article 16, which deals with discipline. That'll be coming up in the fall. We'll begin full book negotiations again in the fall as well by November on the 2024-2027 collective bargaining agreement. So you can see that collective bargaining is almost a continual exercise for us. On January 18th of this year, we reached tentative agreement with the UCF chapter of the United Faculty of Florida on Article 22 and 23. Again, Article 22 is about sabbaticals and the professional development program. Excuse me. And there's some mutually beneficial clarifications that we made to that article. Not any huge substantive changes, but I think some very important clarifications are in there. For example, the article used to use the phrase professional development leave in many places throughout the article. We've changed that to professional development program. In our view, the word leave carries unwanted and untrue connotations about what that program is really about. So now we want to make it clear, and I think it's abundantly clear in the new language, that employees who are now on PDP rather than PDL are assigned duties that they will complete. Also, throughout this particular article, wherever it was appropriate, we added the modifier academic to the term year. The CBA defines year as a period of 365 consecutive days, and with no particular anchor when those 365 days start. It also defines academic year as a period consisting of a fall and spring semester of approximately 39 contiguous weeks. So it's very clear when the academic year starts. So now all these programs are tied to the academic year, which is the way they've always operated anyway. So we're very pleased with these clarifications that I think makes this new CBA more readable for the employees and more manageable for the rest of us as well. In Article 23, the most important aspect that we dealt with was salaries. I'd like to share with you the details about a three-part salary package. That package has a total fiscal impact of about $10.3 million. The first part in that three-part package is a one-time, non-recurring payment of $3,000. Continuing in-unit employees are eligible for that, provided they received a satisfactory or better annual evaluation for the 21-22 academic year. The second part of that package is an across-the-board increase of 1%. That would be a recurring increase. Those that are eligible, again, are continuing employees who had satisfactory or better annual evaluations for the 2021-22 academic year. For those employees that are funded by contracts and grants or auxiliary sources, those funds are used when they're available for those raises. So E&G funded employees will automatically get this across-the-board increase, and the C&G and auxiliary employees will get it if the funds are available in those sources. The last thing that we have is a merit pool of 2% in each department or unit. This also is recurring. This is the first time in about 6 years that the in-unit employees have been subject to a merit pay increase. Those that are eligible are continuing employees who earned above satisfactory or outstanding on their annual evaluations for 2021-22. Again, contract and grant and auxiliary employees would be able to receive those raises if funds are available in those sources. And the way this works, there's a merit pool in each department or unit, and within that department or unit, the employees who got outstanding get an increase at 1.5 times the rate of increase for the employees who got the above satisfactory annual evaluation. So it truly favors the employees who were judged to be outstanding in the last academic year. In addition to the three-part salary package in the salaries article, we also streamlined the process to notify the union when there are administrative discretion increases that are implemented and when administrative stipends are put in place. And this is going to make it much easier to manage both of those, both the ADIs and the administrative stipends, a much easier way to communicate with the union about those. And also, like we did in Article 22, where appropriate, we modified the word year with the adjective academic to make it clear what we mean in that article. And I'm here to say that on February 3rd, the United Faculty of Florida voted in favor of this new agreement. They voted to ratify the new agreement. So we present it to you as one that we're very pleased to present to you, and we want to inform you that the union has already voted to ratify this agreement. So I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have about these articles or our CBA.
Thank you, Chuck. Why don't we get a motion on the table and then see if there's any questions for Chuck. Is there a motion to approve Gov C 2?
So moved, McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Is there a second?
Second, Christie.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Okay. Any questions for Chuck or other discussion? I think Chuck did a good job of describing. I've reviewed personally the changes. As mentioned before, it's not the full book review, but an interim opening where each side can open a select number of articles, and continued progress on things that are in the pipeline and things that each side want to improve upon, and seems like, to me, reasonable changes, and obviously have the agreement from the other side, which is important. So going once, going twice. Any other questions or comments for Chuck or otherwise?
Yeah, my only comment is that, Chuck, congratulations. We know this wasn't an easy task. We know there were some mid-range folks that you had to work hard to get through. So I just added my congratulations to getting that portion done.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Appreciate it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving Gov C2, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion passes. Thank you, Chuck. Okay, we'll move on to Gov C3. As you know, we engage on a board self-assessment process biannually. Seems like we just did it, but here we are again. We follow certain best practices and guidelines in doing so. I've worked with Lauren and other professional staff in coming up with this year's proposed assessment. And I'd like to ask Lauren to kind of describe what we're planning on and then open it up for discussion. Lauren?
Thank you, sir. Well, we'll go over just a very brief overview today, focusing on the timeline, the self-assessment itself, as well as results delivery. So I know for those of you in the room that might be a little bit of an eye test, but we are, today is the 23rd, so we are looking at the final survey tool that is attached in your packet with the full questions. And this is an action item today. Once approved by this board, the self-assessment window will open up on Monday, the 27th. That window will close on March 31st. The board office and leadership will review that with board leadership, and then results will be aggregated and brought forward on May 18th at the board's annual retreat. Self-assessment tool is broken into 5 sections. It focuses on knowledge of the institution, the role of the board, board oversight and relationship with the president, board meeting and trustee engagement, and then an open area for additional feedback related to future goals, board performance, and areas of opportunity. As mentioned earlier, trustee feedback will be aggregated and prepared for delivery, and it will go forward on that May 18th, 2023 retreat with any repeating themes noted and areas of excellence and opportunities. And I am happy to answer any questions regarding the timeline or the survey itself at this time.
Thank you, Lauren. Let's get a motion on the table. Is there a motion to approve Gov C3, the board's self-assessment?
So moved, McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Is there a
Second by Christie.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. In the meeting materials, I think it starts on around page 30, is the assessment itself. It's similar to the one we did, I say last year, but last time. With one, maybe a couple of changes, one inclusion, on some of the questions. We recognize that not every trustee has knowledge of everything, and in the institution we also have people who are newer to the board, and so we did add a category of like not applicable or I'm not sure, because in the past, sometimes people felt like they had to answer the question even if they didn't have sufficient information. So you see that change there. Hopefully we don't have too many of those responses, but if we do, it'll be good for us to know. And then also in the materials is our statement on self-assessment and the policy that we're following there. So I think this is a good process. I think it's important for us to do. Our statement says it's important to do, which I agree with, and believe that we should proceed with this as we have in prior years. Any other questions for Lauren, comments?
Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you very much. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, GovC3 passes. Thank you very much. We'll move on to GovCs 4 through 9, I think, and these are all amendments to university regulations, and for these, I'll turn it over to Yandi.
Thank you, Chair O'Katy, and good morning, everybody. So we're going to start. GovC4 is proposed amendments to University Regulation UCF 2.032, which is textbook adoption. This is the regulation that establishes our procedures to minimize the cost of textbooks and instructional materials to students while maintaining the quality of instruction and academic freedom. This is in accordance with statutory provisions and BOG Reg. The proposed changes to this regulation are small but important, as they will bring us into compliance with recent amendments to Florida Board of Governors Regulation 8.003 on the same topic. Specifically, the proposed amendment is to add new language to paragraph 9 to include specifications regarding the information we will include when we post the textbook and instructional material list. So that's really the only change, but it's pretty important. This proposed regulation amendment was posted for public comment. We did receive one comment, but the comment was not as to the proposed amendment. It was more generally a question about the regulation, so we addressed that with the commenter.
Thank you, Yandi. And again, the materials are included. The changes are self-explanatory and I think bring us in compliance with the BOG Reg. That said, is there a motion to approve GovC4 amendment to regulation UCF 2.032?
So moved, Lopez.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. Is there a second?
Second by Christie.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Any comments or questions on GovC4? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. GovC4 passes. Thank you. Yandi, over to you on GovC5, Amendment to Regulation 2.040.
Thank you. We're proposing amendments. This regulation's got a mouthful of a title: Development, Approval, Termination, and Suspension of Degree Programs. And this regulation outlines the policies and procedures governing new degree development, as well as termination and suspension of degree programs. The Florida Board of Governors, through their Regulation 8.008, entitled Nursing Education, which was adopted in 2022, sorry, and it requires any proposal by a state university to suspend or terminate an existing master's degree program in nursing to be approved by the Board of Governors before any such suspension or termination may occur. To comply with this change, we are proposing to add language to paragraph 7, specifically that any such termination, suspension of a professional doctoral or master's degree program in nursing would require not only the approval of this board, but also the Board of Governors. We posted for public comment. No comments were received.
Thank you, Yandi. Another amendment that makes sense, bringing into compliance with the BOG Reg, and also understand why, given our nursing shortage, this requirement would be in place. That said, is there a motion to approve GovC5?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Is there a second?
Second, McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Any questions or comments on GovC5? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. GovC6, Yandi, amendments to University Regulation 4.006 regarding trespass and loitering.
Great, thank you so much. Regulation 4.006 sets forth our procedures and rules to address trespass and loitering on the campus. The regulation was last amended 10 years ago, and upon review, which we do periodically review these regulations just to see if everything is up to date, we identified some things that we thought should be updated. The proposed amendments to the regulations will update the definition of university facilities, which we've changed over time in other regulations. That's in paragraph 2D. We'll add language related to the Campus Free Expression Act. The Campus Free Expression Act was adopted in 2018. We felt like inserting some reference here in paragraph 3 made sense. And we'll also clarify the requirement of disruption or interference for purposes of issuing a trespass warning. That's in paragraph 9. We posted this for public comment, and no comments were received.
Thank you, Yandi. Agree those changes make sense as well, including, for example, expanding the definition of university facilities to include the DSOs, affiliated organizations, et cetera. So that says there a motion to approve Gov C6.
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Is there a second?
Second, McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Any questions or comments on Gov C6? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion passes. All right, Gov C7, Yandi, proposed regulation, UCF 2.030.
Yes, this is the proposal to adopt a brand-new regulation, UCF 2.030, confidentiality of examination and assessment instruments. There is a recent BOG regulation, 3.005, same title, and that regulation serves to protect post-secondary examination and assessment instruments and directly related developmental materials and work papers from disclosure to the public under the Public Records Law. The BOG regulation was adopted after the public records exemption in Florida Statute 1008.23 was expanded in 2021 to explicitly address the universities and state colleges. We need to adopt our own regulation to further implement. Therefore, the proposed UCF regulation will address access, maintenance, and destruction of examination and assessment instruments and related materials. Basically, we're just making it clear that we're protecting these instruments from unauthorized access or disclosure, and how we will maintain security, destroy obsolete instruments, et cetera. This was posted for public comment, and we received no comments.
Thank you, Yandi. Again, a regulation to bring us in compliance with the BOG regs, but also one that goes in the category of I wish I had thought of that, because absent these regulations, you could have done a public records request for the answer key to your exams, and I'd imagine if that was the case when you're a student, but just kidding, I would never think of doing that. But I'm glad we have this regulation now in place. Kind of makes sense. That said, is there a motion to approve Gov C7?
So moved, Christie.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Other people with deep regrets?
Now that you've stated that, Chair O'Kady, we'll hold our breath for the next 24 hours.
Take our test today.
I did want to say, as faculty read this, I think there might be a little education so they're clear of what exactly this means. That's beyond the regulation. But my first reading was a what? And because if you get it out of context, you can imagine, I read, my first reading of it was, I can't give it back to the student. But it's not, after they take it, but my point is there's some education I think will be helpful. Nothing to change the regulation. It's how we disseminate this one. I think this is going to be one that may surprise some faculty.
I think that's a great comment, and maybe some sort of FAQ or something on this could, assuming it gets passed. Thank you, Trustee King. Any other questions or comments? Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving Gov C7, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? None. Gov C7 passes. Yandi, Gov C8, proposed university regulation 4.040.
This one retroactive comment on Gov C7. I think that the statute was more of a belt and suspenders change. I don't think that we were handing out materials, and I do believe we have received perhaps some requests in the past from under the public records law, and I think we've always denied them. So I'm not too worried about the next 24 hours, is really where I'm going with that. GovC 8 is to adopt a new regulation, 4.040, Educational Research Center for Child Development. Any university that has an ERCCD needs to have this regulation in place. Our ERCCD is called the Creative School for Children. It's kind of that way. You've probably seen it before. In any event, we're proposing the adoption of this new regulation to be in conformance with BOG Regulation 10.004. This proposed new regulation will set forth our guidelines related to the Creative School for Children, things like the governance, the operations, the admissions, and the financial funding and support for the Creative School. We posted this for public comment and received no comments.
Thank you, Yandi. Is there a motion to approve GovC 8?
So moved, Christie.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Is there a second?
Second, Miklos.
Thank you, Trustee Miklos. So I think we're all familiar with the Creative School, and I remember as a student many years ago driving by it all the time. It's a really neat resource, right? It's one of those things that's kind of a neat asset in the university when you think about a place for children of students and faculty to attend, and then also the opportunities it affords for students to do, I would say research, but internships and real life experiences. So it's a neat place, and it's not a new thing for us, even though the regulation is new. So any other questions or comments on GovC 8?
May I add one more comment? I did receive a question separately, not a comment to the regulation, but just a question. Were we actually changing our procedures and operations with regard to the Creative School? And the answer to that is no. This is just codifying in regulation in order to comply with the BOG requirement that we have a regulation. So no change.
Thank you. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, GovC 8 passes. Thank you, Yandi. We'll now move on to GovC 9, which is the appointment of 2 director seats to the UCF Research Foundation. And for that, I've asked Lauren Ferguson to please present again.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we have 2 individuals for approval. That is Bev C. and Ben Patz. Both of these individuals have previously served in ex officio positions on this board. Bev previously as the trustee representative, and Ben previously as the provost designee. The provost designee position was eliminated in the last round of bylaw amendments. Bev has served from 2021 to 2023 on this board, and Ben has served from 2018 to 2022. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lauren. Is there a motion to approve GovC 9, the appointments of Bev C. and Ben Patz to the Research Foundation Board?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Is there a second?
Second, McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Obviously, both well-deserving, will serve well given their professional backgrounds, their other service with the university. Makes a ton of sense. It's an important DSO and DSO board for us as a university, so these appointments make a ton of sense to me. President Cartwright, is there anything you would like to add to either of these?
You said it well. I mean, these are both very qualified, and I think it'll help us to continue to push forward on our research agenda.
Since any other questions or comments from the committee members? Seeing none, motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? None? GovC 9 passes. Thanks very much, Lauren. Our last item is discussion item to open our, again, biannual chair and vice chair nomination process. We've highlighted this, that it was coming at prior meetings, and we're getting closer. So again, I'd like to ask Lauren to talk about the process and the timeline, and then we can open up for any discussion. Lauren?
Yes, I'm happy. So the nomination window this year will open on May 19th and close on June 16th. Just as a reminder, nominees must be an appointee from the BOG or the governor. They are 2-year terms. This next cycle would run from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. And nominations can be submitted through the board office at our board office email address. The board office will then aggregate these nominations, reach out to the nominees to ensure that they would like to accept the nomination and be formally considered, aggregate that information, and then bring it forward to the governance committee on June 28th. So I'm happy to answer any questions regarding that process.
Thank you, Lauren. And in your materials, I think depending on which format you're looking at, it's page 71 of the board book, talks about eligibility. When Lauren said you have to be a BOG or gubernatorial appointee, that just means not faculty or student trustee. We talk about in there the process and the timeline. As Lauren said, the board office will facilitate receipt of the nominations. We also want to make sure that people who are nominated are actually interested in potentially serving, share that information with the committee and then the rest of the board, including, I think this time maybe, I don't recall if we did it last time, sharing some more background information on the nominees, including prior service, different committee membership, that sort of thing. And the timeline is set forth on page 71, so you can see I think we've got ample time to do it and do it in an orderly fashion and give people time to consider it before we take it up at those June meetings. The other thing I would point out is, it's, again, page 72 of my documents, attachment B. This one you may want to look at or not, but there's a statute, there's a BOG reg, and then we have our bylaws. And the language isn't entirely consistent across all of them. That's not our fault. I think our bylaws track really a small kind of detail, but between the statute and the BOG reg, in one case, in general, you can do two-year terms in these positions, and then any additional terms require not a majority vote, but a supermajority vote of the board. And in the statute, I think it says any additional term, meaning a third term. In the BOG reg, it says any exceptions to that term, and an exception could mean more, or it could mean less. And so it's just unfortunate that there's a distinction in the language between the statute and the BOG reg, neither of which are ours, although we're subject to both of them. Our language in our bylaws tracks the statute, which I think is more exact, and says any extension beyond the two-year terms would require the supermajority vote. So I'm not sure that's ever happened or will happen to us, but just wanted to point that out. And because they're found in all these different places, I asked Lauren to put it in one document, and that's attachment B. That lines up the language from all three right next to each other for your reference. All of that said, any questions, comments on the process, the timeline, the information that we're gathering, the information we're going to disseminate, or how we conduct the vote on this? Okay, well, we've done it before, and we've learned lessons each time. I think this is a well-defined process, and it's the one that we will intend to follow. Thank you, Lauren. Trustees, thanks for your time today. Mr. Chairman, we don't have any further business, and that concludes our governance committee meeting.
Thank you, Chair O'Cady. You have run a very, very efficient meeting to the point where we are running ahead of schedule. The next committee meeting, Academic Excellence and Student Success, is scheduled to begin at 10:30, and because we have others that need to join, we're going to take a brief break. Is that right? Yeah. I'm sorry, 15 minutes? Okay, so we'll start at 10:15. Thank you.
Good morning. Check, check. Don't leave the house. Don't leave the house. Good morning. Good morning. The next committee meeting will begin in approximately 1 minute. At this time, if you could find your seats. Thank you very much.
We will get restarted. Next up is academic excellence and student success. A couple of notes before we do get started. First of all, we'll do a more formal welcome tomorrow during the full board meeting, but we'd like to welcome our new trustee, Trustee Rick Cardenas, to the board. Rick, welcome. Great to have you here. Look forward to working with you. And we'll ask you for some comments tomorrow so you can prepare them overnight. And secondly, I'd like to welcome the new chair of the Academic Excellence and Student Success Committee. No stranger to the board, but I'm thankful that Trustee Altizer has agreed to take on the chair of this committee. So Chair Altizer, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair Martins. So I'd like to welcome everybody to the Academic Excellence and Student Success Committee meeting on February 23rd, 2023. I just would like to say on a personal note that I am very honored to chair this committee, and I really look forward to the work we're going to do this year. So I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is covered by the Florida Sunshine Law, and members of the public and press are invited to attend. Trustees who have joined us virtually, please mute your microphone when not speaking and state your name first when asking a question or making a comment. If you have any issues being recognized, please text Lauren and she will fix it in real time. Thank you. Juan, will you please call the roll and confirm a quorum?
Yes, good morning. Chair Altizer,
Here.
Vice Chair Conti, Trustee Cardenas,
Here.
Trustee King,
Here.
Trustee Lopez,
Here.
Trustee McAlpin.
Here.
For the record, are there any other trustees joining the committee meeting today?
Martins.
Christie.
Katie.
Chair Altizer, you have a quorum.
Juan. The minutes from the November 16th, 2022 meeting are included in your meeting materials. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Thank you, Trustee King. Can I have a second?
Second, McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Is there any discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. The minutes are approved. We will now move on to new business. Before we begin, I would like to personally welcome Trustee Cardenas to our committee, and we look forward to your contributions and your leadership. So thank you for being here. Our first item today is discussion 1, Provost update. Provost Johnson will share an update on state requests, new legislation, strategic plan implementation, and accolades. Provost Johnson, the floor is yours. Way down there. Can't see you.
Thank you, Chair Altizer, and thank you for taking the reins of this committee. And welcome, Trustee Cardenas. Good morning, all. With your indulgence, I'd like to add a couple thoughts about former President John Hitt, too. He came here 2 years after I started at the university, and so I have a kind of a long-term insider's view of his leadership. And I think when I look back, there are really two things that stand out. The first, of course, is that, as you've heard, he was determined that we would provide a college education to as many qualified students as possible. And so we grew, and we grew, and we grew. But the really remarkable part that almost everyone in higher education believes is not possible is that we were able to harness that growth to improve our quality and to expand our mission. And that's how he took us from a decent regional institution to a national research university. And the other thing that I think he taught many of us, demonstrated to many of us that, and I've really internalized this, is that metropolitan universities like UCF have this tremendous advantage, which is that if we become part of the place where we are, we can, by forming partnerships, become extremely good. And it's not just the best darn college in your town. It is the technique which allowed us to become what we are today. And it's the technique I think we largely continue to harness going forward. And, you know, if you think about landmark achievements that are connected with partnerships during his presidency, it's things like Direct Connect, which he invented, the Florida High-Tech Corridor, which he invented, the medical school, Rosen College, FIA, UCF downtown, the growth of the Central Florida Research Park, whole bunch of things like that. That's what stands out for me. And I think probably the third would be his recognition that we could, and he said should, grow athletics towards size and quality in the same way. And all of us know that he did that. Most of the time I was looking at him from my faculty position, and I only got to know him better when I became a dean and after. But he was a good man and really a great joy to be with, a very thoughtful, intellectual, strong-minded leader. But I got to say, my first interaction was as a assistant professor. I went to the open forum for the search for president, I guess in 1992. And I asked him what I now know is sort of an ill-informed question about the university budgeting model, which I thought he really needed to change. Maybe that was sort of an impertinent question. And for my sins, of course, I worry about this stuff all the time now. But he was kind with that, as he was with everything. He was kind but determined to move forward. I think he was a good role model for many to follow. We'll miss him. So there's a lot going on associated with higher education coming from Tallahassee, and I know you've heard much of it. The state universities received requests for information about our DEI activities from the governor's office and from the Speaker of the Florida House. And all the state universities have provided that information. Following the request, the governor expressed priorities for this legislative session that include requiring general ed courses to be historically accurate and not distort historical events, educating students to be citizens in the constitutional republic, barring use of funds for DEI activities, giving boards of trustees and presidents authority over hiring and retention decisions, and more. And many of our students and faculty and staff are concerned about where this is headed. And I've spoken to many, and the message I've tried to communicate is what I'd like to say today. In terms of teaching, what the governor described is, I believe, what we do well at UCF now. For example, teaching undistorted history and educating rather than indoctrinating. If it turns out I'm wrong and that we have in some places the kind of teaching that distorts or indoctrinates, then of course we'll have to change those cases. We should anyway, but I don't expect to find any. And I agree, of course, that education should both help graduates with their careers and also prepare them to be productive citizens in this century. In our university responses, we explained that our DEI efforts include programs for veterans and students with special accessibility needs, Pell Grant students from lower income families, support for first-gen and transfer students, programs to support students who are Hispanic or Black or LGBTQ+. As a public university, our students reflect our community, Central Florida and the state, with some from the nation and the world. We admit students with a demonstrated ability to succeed without consideration of background. We don't shape our enrollment. We recognize, on the other hand, that all students face barriers. Different students face different barriers, and we try to meet them where they are and as best we can, match them with the services and the support that they need. But in the end, it's up to the students to do the work and earn their success. We don't give anybody a leg up. Nobody gets a half letter grade on a class or something like that because we feel that they have special challenges. They have to do the work. They have to earn their degrees. A new version of a post-tenure review regulation has been posted on the Board of Governors site. You may recall this comes out of state legislation from last year requiring a post-tenure review process. We and all of the state universities have had a post-tenure review for as long as I can remember, but the regulation is going to require some changes to strengthen that process, and we'll know more when the regulation is finalized and we start to figure out what that means for the process that we'll need to develop here. So in talking with mostly faculty, but staff and students as well, I've tried to remind people who are concerned about the various proposals that they've heard that we don't know yet what might actually be done in the legislature this year. But I am confident that our faculty should continue to teach and do their research in the professional manner that they always have. And this is what I've asked them to do. And to the extent that that's reassuring, I hope it helps them realize that what they do is, I believe, what's going to be demanded of us. I've mentioned in the past that the Strategic Planning Council is going to oversee our progress on carrying out this strategic plan. So we're moving on that. We've set up a structure which identifies the university leaders who are responsible for each major component of the plan and the associated metrics, and the groups that will support them, and a process of reporting out to the council. And the best example that you already know of, as you heard from Paul DeSalle, our SVP for Student Success and Wellbeing at the last committee meeting. No shock, it's he and his team who'll take chief, but not lone, responsibility for the student success portion of the plan and for reporting to the Strategic Planning Council. I really wanted to mention, there are so many good things that happen in a university, and we never have time to show or tell you about them. But there's a couple that just happened I did want to mention. Two of our Pegasus professors, Peter Delfiat and Ronald Damara, were just elected as fellows of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. That's the world's largest multidisciplinary scientific society. Election as a fellow is a lifetime honor. It places them among the most distinguished scientists in the world, and among about 16 AAAS fellows that we think we have at UCF. The number is about 16. All right, a little bit more. I want to mention that UCF Celebrates the Arts will be the first 2 weeks of April this year. Please Google UCF Celebrates if you get a chance. Look at the start times, look at the shows, look at where you get tickets. It is fantastic what our students do down at Dr. Phillips during those days. And if you get any chance to do some of it, I think you'll be really quite pleased. And I'd also like to make sure you know you're invited and welcome, and I hope some of you can come to UCF Founders Day, which is the first Wednesday in April this year, 3 p.m. in the Student Union's Pegasus Ballroom. That's where we celebrate and honor the very best among our faculty, and it's a very happy occasion. Chair Altizer, this concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions as time allows.
Thank you, Provost Johnson, and I appreciate how eloquently you put the challenges that we may face this year, but we will handle them, and at the end of the day, we're all here to enable students to succeed. Are there any questions or comments for Provost Johnson? Okay. Trustees, we have all had an opportunity to review the agenda packet in advance of today's meeting. Yandi, are you in receipt of any disclosures of conflict of interest by any member of the board?
No, I am not.
Thank you, Yandi. Trustees, does anyone else require a disclosure before we proceed? Please let the record reflect there are no conflict of interest disclosures received for today. The first item for action on today's agenda is AESE 1, conferral of degrees for the spring 2023 commencement ceremonies, one of my favorite agenda items. Provost Johnson will present this item. Provost Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Altizer. Mine too. Earning a degree is the crowning achievement for our students, but also for all of us at UCF who support their success. And as of now, I'm pleased to report that we expect this spring to award 7,549 baccalaureate degrees, 1,124 master's degrees, and 144 doctoral degrees, a total of just over 8,800 degrees. Spring commencement ceremonies are large. These numbers are preliminary, and they will change. Students have until March 3rd to file intents to graduate. But we're going to have 6 commencement ceremonies that will be held over Friday and Saturday, May 5th and 6th. And all of you, I hope you know, are welcome and actually invited to come to one or more of them if you can. It is a very happy occasion. And I'd like to congratulate our graduates and their families and thank the faculty and staff and all the stakeholders who are part of our efforts to help students graduate. And this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Johnson. Is there a motion to approve AESC 1, conferral of degrees?
So moved, Christie.
Thank you, Trustee Christie. Do I have a second?
Second, McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. The floor is now open for discussion. Trustee Lopez?
So I'm very excited about this. I will be one of the 801 bachelor recipients for the College of Business. So very happy to be voting on this and for the rest of the students. So thank you all for approving my degree.
Well, congratulations to you.
Yeah.
Very good.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. The second action item is AESC 2, tenure with hire. Provost Johnson will present this item as well. Provost Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Chair Altizer. Attracting outstanding senior faculty members helps advance our academic excellence in teaching, research, and service. We hire accomplished educators in national searches and direct competition with the nation's best universities. For hires at this level, offering tenure with hire is a precondition for them to consider joining UCF. Faculty members considered for tenure with hire are carefully evaluated at multiple levels before being presented to this committee to ensure that they meet our highest standards for tenure. And today, I'm pleased to present for your approval the award of tenure with hire to 2 accomplished faculty members recruited by our world-class College of Optics and Photonics. Both will advance research excellence and productivity in alignment with the goals in the strategic plan. First, Dr. Andrea Blanco Redondo, professor, comes to UCF from heading the Silicon Photonics department within the research arm of Nokia, a global leader in telecommunications and in the silicon photonics industry. She earned her PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Basque Country, Spain, and had a strong prior career as an academic. She's an inspiring teacher who will be an asset to our undergraduate and graduate programs in photonics. Dr. Blanco Redondo brings valuable industrial expertise and connections that are central to our strategic interest in building regional strength in semiconductor photonics and microelectronics. And she'll help us establish university industry government partnerships to boost the U.S. semiconductor industry with funding from programs created under the CHIPS and Science Act. Dr. Blanco Redondo's expertise will also help us strengthen UCF's research expertise in quantum information science, which is another major U.S. initiative. Secondly, Dr. Darren D. Hudson, associate professor, has similar deep experience both in a faculty role and as a research manager, most recently at CACI Photonics Solutions, where he was a senior technical manager working on major programs for the U.S. Air Force. He earned his PhD in physics from the University of Colorado. He, too, is a passionate and inspiring teacher, and his expertise is centered in one of the College of Optics and Photonics areas of excellence, high-powered mid-infrared lasers. A secondary research focus on satellite laser communications is directly aligned with our strategic interest in space science, in particular, space instrumentation and space photonics, where he's joining a small group of people already working in this area. He also has a successful track record in commercializing his research, with patented work resulting in products that are sold around the globe. And this capacity is an important opportunity, and I would say need, for UCF. There's more about these key two hires in your meeting materials. The college's faculty and dean reviewed the credentials of these faculty members and approved them for tenure. I concur and am pleased to recommend them for your consideration and approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Johnson. Is there a motion to approve AESC 2 tenure with hire?
So
Motion to approve.
Who was that?
Conti.
Oh, thank you, Trustee Conti. Can I have a second?
Second McAlpin.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. The floor is open for discussion. Trustee King?
Yeah, these are outstanding candidates. I mean, these are the people that we need to bring. And as the provost mentioned, if we don't offer tenure, that's the reason, you know, that's part of what's needed to attract faculty at this caliber to look here as opposed to other places.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign? Okay, motion passes. The final action item on today's agenda is AESC 3, Path to Preeminence, UCF's 5-year benchmarking plan. Dr. Paige Borden, Chief Analytics Officer, will present this item. Dr. Borden, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Altizer. Thank you very much for allowing me to present this item to you. As a reminder, there's a 5-year cycle in which we present details about our preeminent benchmarking activities. When we submitted and received approval for our 2022 Unleashing Potential Strategic Plan, the Board of Governors reminded us that it was time to resubmit this document. What you'll see in your packet is a simple explanation of the direction and the activities we intend to pursue as part of both the strategic plan and in achieving these specific preeminent benchmarks. The goals and the targets that you see highlighted in the document that are in your board materials starting on page 21 are specific and match those that are already in the accountability plan and in our strategic planning targets for 2027. You'll notice in the document, it highlights the 8 metrics that we've already achieved and indicates specific activities for the 4 metrics we're still pursuing. I do want to give you just a quick highlight. It's actually in materials later in an information item. For the details that you see, the 4 metrics that we're still pursuing, the 4-year graduation rate that shows 50% for the most recent reported year has jumped to 54.6 for this cycle. So we're well on our way both to the 60% preeminent threshold and the 65% strategic plan goal. The 200 million benchmark that's required for science and engineering expenditures that's currently at 182 in the 2022 cycle has increased to 186. So we've positively moved in that direction as well. The postdoc appointees that were 142 jumped to 162 for the cycle that'll be reported in 2023. And the endowment also improved, moving from 201 to $215 million this cycle. And each one of those metrics has a specific element about the investments that are being made and the activities being pursued. Chair Altizer, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Borden. Is there a motion to approve AESC 3 Path to Preeminence, UCS 5-year benchmarking plan?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee McAlpin. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee King. Is there any discussion? Okay. I'm very excited for that, for our 4-year graduation rate. That's such a large jump, and we should be very excited about that and celebrate that. That is a tribute to all the work that has been done in this area. So, and it's a great thing to celebrate. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. That concludes our action items for today's meeting. The next item on our agenda is discussion 2, enrollment strategy, access for success. Dr. Paul DeSalle, Senior Vice President for Student Success, will lead this discussion. Dr. DeSalle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Altizer. I'm pleased to be with you all this morning to talk with you about the the development of a 5-year strategic enrollment plan. And we've titled this presentation and discussion Access for Success, which reflects an approach to enrollment planning and management in which we value equally access to higher education as well as success in higher education. It represents a slight but significant shift in our approach, but one that allows us to align with and advance our strategic plan. In fact, the entire strategic enrollment plan that we're working on now should align with and advance the university strategic plan. As I read through it last spring when I was thinking about joining this great team, I looked carefully at that plan, Unleashing Potential, and as I read through it, I recognized the enrollment implications for the goals that were articulated in that plan. Achieving preeminence has implications for enrollment planning and management, as well as elevating our performance to the levels of AAU institutions. We're going to need to increase our research productivity. We're going to need to elevate our performance on graduation rates even more. And so this is part of an effort to advance that strategic plan, and it has to be tied to everything else we're doing, particularly longer-term budget planning as well. And so this is all tied to the various aspects of the university. And as I look through those 4 priorities in the strategic plan, I see opportunities for a careful strategic planning to advance all of those priorities. Certainly in terms of student success, we want to recruit and enroll students who are prepared for success here, but we can also contribute to the goals in the community and culture, and that we can strengthen our culture of inclusion, collaboration, and engagement. Even in terms of innovation and stability, we can certainly help to diversify the university's revenue base by recruiting more out-of-state and international students, as one example. So I see great opportunities here, and I'm with you this morning to solicit your guidance and direction. We can't do this alone, of course, and there are serious implications to what we're trying to do, but I hope you can recognize the value in engaging in a comprehensive institution-wide strategic planning effort that's designed to tie all of our work together in meaningful ways. As we do so, I want to emphasize the importance of leveraging the many great assets already available to us. I've heard President Cartwright speak of the regional higher education ecosystem, and I see great possibilities there to strengthen different pathways to a UCF degree. We can leverage our great strengths in UCF Online, as well as our entire community. I think universities around the country are envious of our location, the great student population. It's a rich and diverse talent pool, and we need to be responsive to the needs and interests of the communities we serve. Most importantly, I want to emphasize in strategic enrollment planning, this isn't just about recruiting new students. Oftentimes that passes for an enrollment plan, but it should be more than that. It's getting students in, helping them get through and earning their degree, and also going on to productive careers or graduate or professional school. So it's all of these things, and I should emphasize, even after we put a plan together, that's not the end of the process. We will have to continuously review and monitor our performance and our targets and revise it occasionally to make sure that we are staying on track to our goals. But we're well on our way to developing this plan. We've formed already a Council on Strategic Enrollment Policy to provide high-level strategic guidance to our enrollment planning efforts. We have had an enrollment management team already in place, chaired by Dr. Borden next to me for the last few years. But we want to do more than that. As we develop this plan, it's very important for us to solicit input from all campus stakeholders to get buy-in for what we're doing. It requires that kind of comprehensive institution-wide support. There's a couple of things already underway. I'm pleased to say we've engaged a consultant to help us develop plans to boost out-of-state and international student enrollment. We've also engaged the services of a consultant to help us develop a financial aid leveraging model that we hope to be implementing soon. that allows us to be very strategic in our scholarship awarding so that we can be more effective and try not to over-award or under-award. And typically institutions will do both. And so we can be more effective in our scholarship packaging, and that packaging could and should be tied to our enrollment planning efforts and helping us to attain all of our objectives. So with that, what I hope we can do in the time remaining is talk about different objectives that have been talked about, tossed around for a while. Many of these topics have been talked about before I even arrived, and so what I've done here is pull together different objectives. The Council on Strategic Enrollment Policy has been talking about these already, and we've done our best to articulate this, but what you have before you, these are really tentative objectives. They might be accurate, they might get your endorsement, or maybe you want to add to or take away some. That's the point of the discussion today. Let's talk about where we want to go. The first one, in my view, is perhaps the most important. I've heard talk that in previous years, pre-COVID, there was actually some discussions about holding enrollment steady. Then COVID hit and alarmed us in many ways. We weren't sure what was going to happen with COVID. Many people were worried about enrollment dropping off the cliff, and so discussions were sort of put off for a while. But now we're back and able to talk more seriously about holding total student headcount steady, with the possible exception of UCF Online, which could grow more as a means of providing greater access to higher education. But if we were to do this, then we would focus on redistributing enrollment or changing the mix of enrollment in different ways, graduate versus undergraduate, in-state versus out-of-state. Those are the kinds of mixes we would be talking about if we were to confirm that we want to hold steady. There's been a lot of talk about doing this, partly for a reason that, well, we seem to be at capacity. Our student to faculty ratio is about 28.4 to 1. We'd like to get that, to AAU levels, some of which are below 20 to 1. So to get there, it might make sense to hold enrollment steady. And by the way, Chair Altizer, if we want to stop and pause and talk about any one of these 10 along the way, I'm happy to do so. There's a lot here. So if we were to do that, then that sets in motion the enrollment planning efforts. Okay, we're holding steady. We set out to recruit undergraduate and graduate students with that in mind. And once it's in the works, we stay to that as best we can. Meanwhile, if we're holding steady, we see opportunities to leverage UCF Online to meet excess student demand, particularly in the region. And there's a sensitivity here that if we hold enrollment steady, well, what about students coming through the pipeline and are looking to UCF for their higher education degree? Well, we might be able to accommodate more of them through UCF Online. That's a real possibility. I see great potential in the third objective here, which is to enroll more out-of-state and international students. And as I look around the state and the country, I see that preeminent universities or AAU universities generally enroll more out-of-state and international students than we currently do. They serve a larger or more national and international audience. Those universities also enroll more graduate students than we do. And given that in our strategic plan, we're aiming to boost research productivity, that means we're going to we need to recruit more graduate students. So that's another area in which we might be trying to change the mix. And I should add, sometimes it's going to be difficult to balance all of these different objectives. So it requires careful calibration of all of these things. Number 4 is a statement that we've edited a few times and trying to get the right wording here. And what I like to suggest here is that we currently have a rich educational environment that mirrors our community and reflects pretty well the global marketplace in which our students will compete in their careers. that's a great asset for this university. And I would like to maintain that. It's something we want to monitor carefully as we grow. I hope it can and will continue to reflect the market in which our students will compete. The fifth one, I've heard a lot of talk since my arrival here last summer about the major readiness of our transfer students. And that could account for a relatively low transfer student graduation rates. And so as we move this forward, we want to do what we can to strengthen the major readiness of our transfer student population and help them accelerate their time to degree. Doing so, I think, is in their best interest and ours to get them the degree as soon as possible with minimal levels of debt. There is already some work underway on doing this. There's a task force as part of our Direct Connect partnership that's already looking into this, and I think, Trustee King, you had a question or comment already?
You said you would invite questions.
Yeah, anytime,
Okay.
yes.
So points 1 and 5, interact with each other here. The transfers, where they're coming in, are they prepared? And also enrollment in certain areas. Because a lot of students come here thinking they're going to be an X major, and turns out they're not ready. And then, so that, that feeds back into other majors, whether you're first time in college or coming here. So how do we, in a broad area, what are we going to think of? Because right now, a student can come into most programs and be totally undeclared of where they're coming in. And then, how are we going to focus on the areas and help them get what they need to get, through that particular degree?
Thank you. In that case, there are a few things under consideration, one of which is based on best practices we've seen at other universities, similar to ours, and that requires us to be a little more intrusive in advising earlier on in the transfer students' pathway, like at 15 hours. Maybe we should have a check-in. Are you on the right path? Given your career or major interest, are you taking the right courses so that when they arrive here, they are ready? Other universities are doing that already, and I think that's one place we can tighten up a little bit to improve the major readiness of the transfers.
And then just to add to that, there's also some initiatives that are already underway. We ran a specific pilot this last year with the College of Business students who were transferring in, trying to ensure and improve both their major readiness and their success once they arrive here. But the other piece is, this is a partnership. It's not just a UCF thing. We need to be working with our Direct Connect partners as closely as we can, and that's the type of work that Dr. Tressal was mentioning, where we're trying to ensure that the students are achieving their prerequisites prior to making that transfer step. It is very easy to earn an AA degree without getting the courses you need for a specific major you want to pursue. It's a simple process. And in fact, I'll choose business as an example. The AA you can complete without having taken the 4 prerequisites we want you to take for economics, micro, macro, and financial and managerial accounting. But if you chose to stay and do your BSBA in business at, your applied science degree in business at Valencia, they never actually take all 4 of those classes through their degree program. So if a student is looking at what they might do at Valencia and focusing on what they might do for their AA, they aren't paying attention to what they would need at UCF. That's why the College of Business is one that we specifically ran that pilot program for. And it was focused on connections, so student preparation, academic success coaching, academic advising, and supplemental instruction recognition, so that they would know that all these services existed in their first semester to keep them on a better path and provide them with that foundation. The foundation.
Thank you.
Chair Martins, this is Trustee Conte. I have a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Conte.
Dr. Trezales and Misty, on number 5, given, notwithstanding the difference and the profile difference of the patient base in the colleges and the university, that aside, because that does impact greatly how they do at retaining a degree quicker, but we're speaking and discussing about what we're doing post the AA degree or post the transfer into the university. Like in high schools, the AP kind of environment where they get into perhaps a class that is required in the higher level. Are we discussing their curriculums? Are we discussing what a second-year student needs to have relative to their wishes in a degree program before they're transferred? The profile is such a big weighted difference that I think our involvement at Valencia or at Seminole, or wherever we get the transfer students, is very important because they either change their minds or they'll get some much needed jump into the university system.
So Trustee Conti, just as a reaction to that, there's two things I wanted to highlight. One is that our traditional path, the best practice where we were doing our intrusive devising with our students who were coming from Direct Connect, was done at a 45 credit hour point. And if you're 45 credit hours of the 60 credit hour AA degree, that's kind of too late in the process to make sure the students are on the pathway. So we've worked out with our partners that we want to do a 30-hour check-in at a minimum. And Dr. DeSalle just mentioned wanting to do a 15 credit hour check-in. So trying to get in their, making sure that their pathway that they're doing and they're pursuing before they transfer here is actually aligning to what they indicated they want to do. They can always change their mind, and we'll continue to evaluate that. And if they make a major change or a directional change while they're at that college, that would trigger different advising for different prerequisites for different programs. Once they arrive at UCF, they can still make a change and decide they want to alter their majors. So one of the things that we've actually done, we've mentioned a few times our CFEED engagement, which is our Central Florida Educational Ecosystem. That's where we have the two K-12 systems for Osceola County and Orange County Public Schools, Valencia College, and UCF data, all curated in a single site, and we're doing research and analytics on top of that. What we have found is the lack of alignment for the majors that they indicate they want to pursue to the major they actually select once they arrive at UCF.
Absolutely.
And we've created a specific dashboard that's in kind of a beta phase at this point that says for student X who's at Valencia, based upon the courses that they've taken and the major they've indicated, what's the ratio of alignment there? If it doesn't align well, here's the majors it does align to actually. So based upon the actual course taking pattern the student's done, what are the opportunities that they might want to pursue? These are all still in very beta stage things. I do not want to imply they're in place at this point, but this type of analysis and this type of collaboration is allowing us to get deeper and deeper into that process. I should probably also say that we then need to be a little careful that we don't suddenly end up with majors where there aren't a lot of prerequisites and every single student just funnels into those majors. So it's trying to align students with the direction they want to take, with the courses they're pursuing, and align those details to the majors they are intending to do once they arrive here.
Okay, Misty, that's good. Those beta programs sound right on. However, do our counselors have the authority to tell the student, if you go in this direction, although desired, it's just not going to happen. And it certainly won't happen in the amount of years that we need it to happen, but this is what I think is a better option. Do our counselors have that authority? Particularly in this beta program that hasn't started yet.
So this is Michael Johnson. We're in conversations with our Direct Connect partners to shape what Direct Connect should be in the future. As originally framed, it was entirely about access. If you get an AA, we'll admit you. And that was a very important step. Actually, it's made us nationally recognized. But we know now, these years later, that sort of laissez-faire approach leaves too many students floundering. So it's in our conversations with our partners, Trustee, that we will seek to come to an agreement about the future of Direct Connect. Yes, you're guaranteed to admission, but what are the conditions for guarantee? And it may need to include readiness for the major that you're declaring. For example, it's not something we should do or would consider doing unilaterally. These are real partnership programs. But they understand, they have an interest in having their students succeed. And so those conversations about how to make this work are kind of a next step.
That's actually an excellent way to go about it. But they need to understand it is a partnership and that both sides need to be as prepared as possibly can. And as you said, this was a direct transfer without really giving any of this much thought. And although we had national recognition, it certainly hasn't worked in the long term relative to our numbers and our needs for preeminence, as an example. But that's an excellent approach. If it comes down from leadership in the colleges, then the students are prepared for what they're going to hear. When do the beta programs begin? Is it in September for the big year, or are they starting in the summer?
Trustee Conti, if you're referring to the software package and the dashboard that we have right now,
yep,
it's related. What we need to do is actually bring online more and more of the majors. So it's just timing on being able to program it. But what we're hoping to do is begin to interact with our students who are in that 30-hour checkpoint, and we would be reviewing it at each stage when we do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
First off, Dr. DeSalle, Dr. Borden, thank you so much for everything that you're doing to provide and ensure student success. My question is more along the lines of enrollment, and you mentioned keeping that steady head count of where we're at currently. And considering the large population that we have of transfer students, do you expect that percentage of students to stay the same or to increase, decrease, considering that you also want to increase the percentage of out-of-state and international students?
Great question. I'm sure Paige will speak to this in a sec. We're monitoring carefully transfer student enrollment patterns, and what we've seen here, as well as across the state and country, there's a significant decline in transfer student enrollment. So that's happening now already.
That was exactly what I was going to say, actually. We're seeing it. It's partially a COVID impact. It's partially a positive economic impact. The students are able to find positions. They're slowing down their speed in which they're pursuing their higher education opportunities. What we see is a delay still from COVID. The volume of students we've had that were transfer students have decreased every single year, and we're actually seeing the same thing happen as we're working our way towards fall of 23. When you enter, if we use Valencia as an example, Valencia uses a 5-year graduation rate. That's what they measure. They assume students who start take 5 years to graduate. The state of Florida thinks you have a 2+2 model, and you'd be completing your program in 2 years. So we're now 3 years away from where COVID hit the state colleges in our area at more than 10% declines. And that's continuing to feed into us. So the speed in which they're achieving and the timing of the ones that would have been a 2+2 are just not materializing at the same rate. So the question might be, do we intend to have that change, or is that just a change that's occurring to us, if that's a way to think of it? We don't intend to shrink our transfer population. That's why the UCF Online Access, trying to make sure we continue to have spots, is available to the students who are interested in pursuing. It's just that based upon the trends and the enrollment patterns we're seeing, we're giving ourselves a plan that would allow us to maintain headcount even if we see declines there.
Thank you. And then as far as UCF Online, that is for what type of student? So is that for transfer students, FTIC students? Who's that program necessarily made for?
Right now, it's geared towards transfer students and graduate students, so it's specific programs. And there's a wide variety. There's over, I think we're at 100 programs now that you can do online. But so it depends on the student themselves who would elect to choose this. In our last sequenced plan, which was not as strategic, it was very tactical and focused on the types of students we wanted to see. We actually wanted to grow UCF Online to 1,800 students, and it grew to 6,000. So we were wildly successful in our UCF Online growth pattern, and it just depends upon the student themselves identifying. These are the 100% UCF Online student programs. These are not students who are here at UCF who randomly take in and out of online courses as part of their curriculum pathway. But these are the 100%, the ones who do not attend, who do not pay campus fees, and who are not part of our on-campus environment.
Yeah, thank you. The question was more so I know the University of Florida has an online model, and so this is different than their PACE format, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we're seeing this decline in transfer students over the last several years. What about FTIC applications?
We are not seeing a decline in FTIC applications. In fact, this summer, right now, we're 72% larger in applications than we were at the same time last year.
72%.
72%. So the interest from freshmen is still highly, well, it's still very high, and it's still driving our activities and our considerations. What one of the questions becomes, as they start to hear more and more about how hard it is to get in the fall, are they applying for summer because they think it might be easier to get in? These are students who are just as qualified, who could have been eligible to enter in the fall, but we're seeing a larger proportion of them. They're also finding out that we have more online classes in the summer, so they could come in the summer and not actually have to move yet. They would move in the fall term. So all of this is kind of coming together, but we're both up for fall and we're up significantly for summer applications right now.
Boy, those numbers are staggering, especially, understanding what some of the trends are around the country.
Universities would love to have that problem.
Right.
It's incredible. And really, it means for us, how are we going to handle that volume of applications and assure students access to success and provide them with a quality experience here? And so the sixth item I put up on here is almost a given, and that given those applications, we will have to become more selective. To maintain a head count, it will happen. And we have to be very careful about this. One way to do it is, as Dr. Borden suggested, spread out all over the entire calendar year. Admit more in the spring, perhaps, admit more in the summer, or utilize other options like a winter session courses or Maymester, anything like that to provide access, because we obviously have a lot of demand, which is a great thing for us. And if I could go on then, the seventh one, I think it takes some thought here. To grow graduate enrollment is a costly proposition. We have to be careful about how we do this and the pace at which we do this. We don't want to just say we're going to grow across the board. Instead, it should be done in a targeted way. What areas are in great demand? What are the areas of strategic interest? Let's grow carefully and deliberately in certain areas. And so we're going to have to engage in a process with the colleges to identify those areas in which we could grow or should grow. And then another one I want to get to, number 8, if we are going to grow out-of-state and international student enrollment, we're going to have to take a good look at on-campus housing facilities. We're currently at capacity, and if we bring in more non-Florida residents, there's going to be more demand for on-campus housing. We're currently at capacity. Conversations are already underway there, and I think it's important, again, to align everything that we do through an enrollment planning process. We got to look at infrastructure as well, classroom space, lab space, right? All of these things have to be taken into account as we embark on this process. We do have great assets, again, already in place. The partnerships we have with the school districts are great as part of the educational ecosystem. We want to do an even better job of strengthening the pipeline of students into UCF. We do that in partnership with the school districts and our Direct Connect partners and others. And the final one I've already alluded to, I think we can maximize our operating efficiency a little better by thinking carefully about course offerings across the entire year and utilize Maymester alternative calendar courses to meet student demand where it is. So with that, I hope we've at least provoked some discussion. We have already provoked some good discussions. I hope there can be more, because we certainly need and welcome your guidance on how to do this effectively. So with that, I'm open to any further questions, comments.
Chair Martins, this is Trustee Conti. I have a question.
Trustee Conti, can you hold 1 second?
Sure.
And we're going to hear from the president, and then we'll come to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one thing to this about the graduate students, is that if you look at our strategic plan, we talk about going from $220 million to about $350 million in research. Much of that research is actually done using graduate students. And for us to then be able to achieve that goal, we anticipate that in those areas where we see significant growth in research funding, we should also see a comparable growth in graduate students that actually can support that. So there is that other part to the graduate student growth that I just wanted to mention.
Go ahead, Trustee Conti.
And that's an excellent point. We should be using the graduate students a lot more than we do. Relative to number 8, physical plant improvements and physical plant renovation is very important. But what's more important, and I'd like to know if we're addressing, is the student to professor ratio. We're bringing in more students, and which is very costly or more costly than capital improvement. Has that been considered at all in this study?
Trustee Conti, I think I can answer that also for them, is that if you look, in our strategic plan, we talk about going from approximately, and Paige can help me with the exact numbers, approximately 1,800 faculty to where in the next 5 years we want to get up to about 2,100 of our faculty. That is an increase in the number of faculty, and when we talk, the reason we said we want to hold our overall enrollment sort of steady is that we can address exactly the point you're talking about. We have to improve our student to faculty ratio and lower that so that we give the flexibility and the time to our faculty that they can conduct the research that we want them to be conducting. So that's an excellent point, and it is part of this strategic look at enrollment.
Thank you, Dr. Cartwright. I was part of that strategic plan, and I realized we were increasing, but all these discussions seem to be increasing, or at least the pressure to increase seems to be greater. And we're already below a lot of the standards for the metrics on student to professor ratio. So it really needs to be studied before we do any of these other programs that allow more students in.
And Trustee Conti, I wanted to add to that as well. We mentioned the number that we're currently seeing for fall of 22 is down to 20 in the 28 range. It's 28.7. That's down from a high of over 32 to 1. So wow. we have continued to by hiring the faculty we've hired, by managing the more recent enrollment growth that we've seen, we are in fact driving this number down. When we take a look at a 10-year time horizon, the last 10 years, we've actually been hiring and growing our student body at a 16 to 1 ratio. So we've hired enough faculty and we haven't brought in the same level of significant volume of students each year that our hiring has been 16 to 1. That's something we've only done the last 10 years. Keep in mind, it took us 40 years to get to the 30 to 1 we had. So it's not an immediate process, but it is something we're working on and is part of both the strategic strategic investment plans and the operational efficiency plans. There's 144 new faculty lines that are open right now that we're pursuing that would be part of the growth in faculty, where we're saying we want our enrollment to stay flat. So again, a positive on the faculty side while trying to keep the head count the same will automatically reduce our student faculty ratio.
Absolutely, that's the formula. It's just all this talk about the pressure, more people in, sort of got me nervous relative to what we have and plan to have. Thank you.
Is there any more? Trustee Lopez.
I have more so a comment on Objective 8, and I know this comment is going to be long ways down the road, so it's not necessarily super pertinent to this conversation right now, but with the potential of new housing and new dorms on campus, one, I really, really hope that that's actually in the plans, because we need housing for our students. But with that, I just really do encourage it that does happen, just because right now, a lot of the off-campus housing, the off-campus apartments, while they are beautiful and luxurious, they are very expensive and costly, and they aren't the most reasonable and feasible for all students, so it leaves students having to live a lot further than where campus is to be able to afford where they can live, because while the dorms are cheaper, we obviously, that's why it's an objective, we don't have enough housing for the amount of students that attend this university. Right now, there's, I think, 3 different apartment buildings that are being built, and rent is $900, $1,000 a month. That's, as a student who pays her own rent, that's something that just isn't feasible. So for when this does happen and is put into effect, I really hope that we can build more on-campus dormitories and keep them cost-effective for students.
Cheryl Tizer. I'd be interested to know in what percentage of students are in that predicament, because as we plan, it might not be a bad thing for us to understand the detail and the breadth of that. Is there anybody who can answer that for me?
So I can comment on it, and we actually are looking at, we're doing a needs assessment. I think John Varnell is here. Yeah, we have hired someone and actually looking at not just our needs assessment on this campus, but actually looking also at Lake Nona and all of our campuses to understand what we need. That's going to then drive, it's why you notice that it is this, the way it's worded is that we need to figure out where we need to place housing and what's needed. And that is that's underway, right, John? Will be done by June 3rd.
Thank you, Chairman.
Anything else? I do have a question myself. So we've had a robust discussion here, and obviously that needs to continue. This is something is very needed, that this strategy aligns with our strategic plan. We have to do that. We know we are going to face some challenges here. It's a balancing act. Like you mentioned, there's some goals that are in conflict with each other. I'm sure Gerald, when he sees number 8, he's like, oh my gosh, because we've already got a deferred maintenance issue. But that is a very real issue that we need to address. So I'm curious if you can share with the committee what next steps are.
Well, Dr. Borden, I have already begun to crunch some numbers so that we can project what this might actually look like and whether it's feasible or how feasible it is to do some of these things. And so we'll be doing that and taking it back to the Council on Strategic Enrollment Policy for their input. We want to be able to put something on paper. What does it look like over the next 5, maybe even 10 years? What can we do over that period of time and space it out in a way that makes it more realistic? Yeah, we could do this. We're not going to change this overnight. This is an oil tanker. It's going to be tough to turn. But if we plan it gradually, I think we can make significant progress. And then we just have to stick to it and monitor it. So we're going to continue to develop the plan. It really, we're at your pleasure. We can come back here with more details as we try to work this out. We're happy to do that, I'm sure.
I think it's also important to, when you're looking at feasibility, to try to identify what resources you're going to need. That's you can't have a plan and implement it if you don't have the resources to do it. So we need to know that for each of these steps, what the resources are needed. So.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Charles Isaac, if I can comment, I want to address one other thing which Paul may have mentioned, but I want to make sure we're clear about it. Trustee Lopez asked about number of students, the transfers that are coming in, and also giving access to the students. One of the things that we have been thinking about as we keep our total number constant, remember that a key part of this strategy is also to reduce the time to degree, graduate students faster, right? Which means we have a higher throughput, even though we're keeping the total enrollment constant. We are supporting and graduating many more students. And so we'll have a greater output with the same inputs, which is important. And so that actually allows us to then keep supporting and producing the students we need to be producing. That's why you'll notice that a key part of the strategy talked about retention and graduation and everything. So those are all important parts of how we continue to graduate the people that are needed in this region without actually increasing our overall enrollment drastically.
And just to support that point, in the last 5 years, when we take a look at the throughput of our students, the total university, not just freshmen, not just transfers, not just graduate students, but the total university, 23.7% of them were graduating in fall of 2017. So when you put that into consideration with the number that graduated, the number that attrit and do not return, we needed to bring in 23,000 students in order to maintain the headcount. In fall of 21, that graduation percentage from 23.7 had improved to 25.1. That might feel like a small change, but that's a big percentage when you're talking about the size of our institution. So in fall of 21, in order to maintain for 22, we needed to bring in 25,700 students. So these are large volumes of students that are coming in either through graduate programs, for transfer programs, for FTICs. FTIC volume you hear about a lot more often because it's kind of the one we focus on, and it's also measured in preeminence. And that's about 8,300 a year now. So, but that's 8,300 of that 25,700 we're really bringing in order to keep the numbers steady. So if we start to see transfers decline, what we want to do is make sure we either take a look at FTIC growth or we have graduate growth. We talked about graduate numbers being large already, or feeling small, I think is actually the way Dr. DeSalle mentioned it. We have a large graduate enterprise here at UCF. It's just that our undergraduate enterprise is so big that it feels small. So it's about 14% of the overall population, and we might want that to be more like 20, 25%. That's a big shift if you really want to make that change. But 10,000 graduate students is already a large graduate school for many other institutions. That would be huge at other places. So it's trying to keep all of our numbers relative to what we've seen historically, but that throughput piece is where we then know that we still can provide access and we still have pipelines to enter because the students are succeeding at a more rapid rate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all of your insight and your presentation. So trustees, there are 2 information items included in your meeting materials. Any questions regarding these items can be directed to Dr. Borden. Thank you for your time today. Is there any other business to come before this committee? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair Altizer. Excellent first meeting under your leadership. Thank you very much. Okay, we've reached our lunch break. Lunch is in the room next door, across the hall. We will continue with our committee meetings at 12:30 with the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee. Everyone, please be back here so that we can start promptly at 12:30. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. The meeting will start in approximately 1 minute.
Okay. Didn't know.
Okay, welcome back. We will continue with our committee meeting day. Next up is the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, and we'll turn it over to Chair McAlpin.
Thank you, Chair Martins. Good afternoon. The Facilities and Infrastructure Committee meeting for February 23rd is now called to order. I'd like to remind everybody that this meeting is covered by the Florida Sunshine Law, and members of the public and press are invited and will attend. Trustees, those of you who have joined us virtually, please mute your microphones. when not speaking, and state your name first when asking a question or making a comment. That'll make it a lot easier for me to call on you. If you have any issues with being recognized, please tell Lauren. She will get you corrected in real time. Danielle, will you please take roll and verify if we have a quorum for voting?
Chair McAlpin.
Here.
Vice Chair Condello.
Here.
Trustee Gaikwad. Trustee King.
Here.
Trustee Miklos. Trustee O'Kady.
Here.
Oh.
Here.
Chair McAlpin, we have a quorum. And for the record, are there any other trustees joining us today?
Martins?
Christie?
Altizer.
Lopez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay, the minutes from the November 17th, 2022 meeting are included in your meeting materials. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
Motion.
Thank you. That was from O'Kady. Thank you, Trustee O'Kady. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Miklos.
Thank you, Miklos. Trustee Miklos. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, like sign. The minutes are approved. We'll now move to our reports for today. The first report on today's agenda is the VP update presented by John Varnell, VP for Facilities and Operations. The purpose of this report is to ensure the board remains engaged with and apprised of work being performed in this area to support UCF's strategic goals, including research excellence, which relies on updated building infrastructure. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And so we'll be brief and get through some of these updates for you all. I think, in every area of campus, communications is critical. You've got some examples in the materials that you can flip book, but it highlights a lot of the things that are happening. So I just thought it'd be of interest to this committee to see the culture within facilities and the things that people are doing, the recognitions of people within the teams that are doing this work every day that support the university, the wide reach of the work across various areas, from the arboretum, sustainability to core facilities and utility infrastructure. And so I hope you find enjoyment looking at that. The president's featured in this last one. We got an employee with a very, very long-standing service record that retired. And so just, again, some culture in terms of what's going on within the division. This is the third publication we've done now of magazine, I think, quality. And so Michelle Laxer is our communications person hired last year. And it's really added a lot to our division, and we're doing, I think, a lot more to get information disseminated in lots of different directions internally and otherwise. So I'm very proud of those efforts. All right, so in terms of, keeping this board updated and this committee updated on all the things on this list, which you're not, obviously going to sit and read necessarily on the screen, but you've got it in your materials, but it does give you, again, we're tracking on a lot of major planning efforts. Certainly the football campus is one of those, and you all approved the design work, and so Terry and his team and our teams have been working really, really well together collaboratively. We've gotten to a point of starting to look at schematic design, which will, of course, allow for costing to take on another level of detail. So, Terry works with many in this room directly on those plans, and so you're aware of those things. But just so the whole board's aware, those things are progressing as scheduled. Of course, the financing piece is not part of this purview, but it is also being discussed as those things, as fundraising comes into play. So Terry will have, I think, more to talk about as the spring rolls on with many of you on that topic. In terms of nursing, again, the board approved the design work there. That too is progressing. We had a meeting just a couple days ago with the provost and Dean German, Dean Soul, and Mike Kilbride and others, looking at where we are in terms of the siting of the building and the program as it's currently outlined based on the use types of the building through, again, as you know, these design processes involve lots and lots of people and lots of hours of design work. So it is progressing. It is very much on schedule and on target in terms of what we need to be in terms of the program plan. So just be aware. I think that the biggest issue there is just that star there, that in the fall board meetings, hopefully we will be in position to bring forward a full building for approval for this board to approve the full funding. Obviously, right now, the big part of that, Janet's working heavily on the last almost $15 million of support that we need from the state in the PICO process. And so, right now we're a little bit on the outside looking in. We'll see. The PICO, is just a reminder, has never been allocated that I'm aware of based on looking back with Bill Martin and others in our team. through a linear path. In other words, 1 to 10 or 1 to 20. So it's obviously really important, the work that Janet's doing to advocate for the projects that are there. Chemistry is number 2 on the PICO list. Again, that may or may not wait out for us and help, but hopefully it does. Right now, as you saw, probably the governor's budget had $5 million instead of the 15 that we requested. But again, at least we're there and we're being talked about, and hopefully we'll get some additional funding there. So, but the college nursing is progressing. I think the other chemistry, again, we've talked a lot in this meeting about some of those projects. There are 3 subsets of that work that are in progress. And so you've got the Feral Commons piece, chemistry and biology. You've got the various sources of funds. And that's off to the races in terms of its planning process. The capital project prioritization group, just to mention that work is moving, the rubric, the scoring of the projects submitted around campus, that process is in play, and that subcommittee has also been working. And then just HERF, just again, there's been a lot of discussion around HERF, the nearly $28 million that was given to facilities. There's approximately $7 million left, and almost all of that is in work that is nearly completed. And so as the buildings trail, like you know how it works in construction, those will clear out. We've only got one project at Quadrangle, which is about $1.5 million project that has given us a little bit of trouble in terms of timing, but it does appear like it's going to finish still. So we're knocking on wood on that last piece, but our exposure level there is really small on the facility side. So we're looking pretty good on the HERF piece. So any questions on this portion of anything on the schedule? I didn't obviously go over every one of them, but anything?
Question, John? How much more money needs to be raised in total for the nursing facility?
I think the target has been like 25 million. Others, it's been a generic number that's been given to me because it's obviously, it'd be nice to have 30 million, right? But to get the project funded, it was in the low 20s. I don't know if the president wants to say anything.
Yeah, you're about right. We had 29 million allocated this past year. We actually received the $10 million from Dr. Phillips as a naming on top of that, so we're at 39 million. We're requesting 14. Janet knows to remember. 14.8. Thank you, Sean. 14.8 from the state this year, and the remainder is what we're planning on fundraising.
Okay.
So if I do the math quick there, it's about another 10 to 15 million.
10 to 15. Okay.
That's left.
All right. Any other questions on John this part? Go ahead.
So it was about 25 million total that we were planning on raising from philanthropy.
That's good.
Just again, relative to the strategic plan, which is always obviously of prime importance, everything we're doing, we've made it a critical hire in partnership with the College of Sciences. Enrique Del Barco and Jennifer Steele, Dwayne Seaman, and myself have made up a subcommittee of people that have been looking at how to strengthen the relationship between research areas and facilities areas to make sure that there's a good understanding of criticality. In other words, the equipment that researchers use and the buildings they depend on, and that relationship is such an important part of every campus, and there's a lot of work to do there. We've hired a gentleman named Chris Bach as the senior manager for research maintenance, whose job is solely based on the support of critical research areas and making that link to facilities. And there's a lot to that job I won't spend time describing, but really pleased. Chris is a UCF grad, master's degree in mechanical engineering, and spent, I think, almost 15 years at Advent Health running their clinical areas. So very, very experienced, and really looking forward to how that's going to help the strategic plan continue. You've seen our FCA, our facility condition assessment work. It's really critical that somebody plays that role of helping researchers when they think of projects and things they want to pursue, that they have a go-to resource of somebody in the facilities arena that can help make that a reality, that they can understand the issues that are there. You know, again, we talk mostly in big picture terms here, as rightfully we should in terms of big projects, but we have launched a new recognition program, and again, the culture within facilities is an important part of also what we do and deliver every day with service. And so not letting good work go unrecognized has been our mantra, and we just set out a new program for people to get knighted and for campus people to allow them to recognize our staff, and I just wanted to give attention to that. So as to call all the community, if you see good work, there's a process that we've put out to the campus for them to let us know that. And that's it for my VP update. Any questions?
Good. Any other questions from anybody, virtually or here today? Okay. Thank you very much, John, and good work on this, and thank you for sharing it with us, and good work on hiring the VP for Senior VP Manager for Research Maintenance. That's a good thing, right? Very good thing. All right. The next report on today's agenda is the CIO update presented by Matt Hall, VP for Information Technology and our CIO. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the status of the transformation of IT at UCF as part of the Assess and Transform timeline. Matt, the floor is yours.
Trustee McAlpin, thank you. Trustees, thank you. And Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to be here. David and Andy, I'm having an allergy attack, so to save everybody from the cacophony, in case it starts, cut me off early, because I am, yeah, just want to warn you, you're next to me, John, so don't. So one of the things that Trustee McAlpin asks me to do every time is that let's recontextualize what our strategy is. And our strategy with IT transformation is first, do no harm. And there's some principles we've outlined as we covered with the board over the last year and a half is there's no unnecessary duplication in our expenditures, no single points of failure, predictable and transparent expense and services. And one of the things we've talked about over the last couple of years is there are 52 things that IT provides to our campus community. And we're working with 5 major things right now to do activity-based costing and service levels. We want to reduce the cost of accounting. And a lot of the pass-the-hat accounting activities where Trustee McAlpin pays a little, Altizer pays a little, Martins pays a little, there's a lot of transfer costs and overhead that go with that. We're doing things to eliminate reduction in the cost of accounting and then have a risk-centric security model. We have to be able to tolerate some degree of risk. I've talked to most of the people on this call and in this meeting about individual security risks. So those are the highlighted principles. We're trying to move our network from 20 gigabits per second to 100 to 400 gigabits per second. We're moving our on-premises workloads into the cloud. And finally, and this is something Gerald wants me to highlight, we have a major economic transformation that we've been talking about in this industry. Pick the letter X as a service. Everybody is going to an annuity stream. They're going to a subscription model. I suspect you all feel it in your personal lives. I warned McAlpin, I said someday her and Varnell are going to be talking about flushes as a service in facilities, but it's going to move in this direction because it's everything as a service. And that's one of the issues we have when we come from a traditional CapEx model to an OpEx model, and that's a big transformation that Mr. Hector's working through. I just wanted to recontextualize. Is that good? Okay, I want to recontextualize that at the beginning of every meeting. So to recap 2022, we had a very good 2022. We had an 85% decrease in time to resolve IT incidents. We've added 24 housing buildings upgraded and 58 buildings with new uninterruptible power supplies. And as an example of how we continue to run the trains on time, our PeopleSoft Campus Solutions retrofit, we processed $22 million in student financial aid payments. This list goes on and on and on because there's thousands of activities that our staff do. Of course, in the lower right-hand quadrant, number 4, night vision was put to bed, and we've rolled that out. And there's going to be a lot of glass to pick up off the floor. It's primary business process centric. How do we organize our business process to intercept with Workday? And Gerald and I are working very vigorously with the Workday team and higher education throughout the country. And this is going to intercept our student systems conversation at the end of this presentation. Our HERF money that John mentioned and McAlpin wanted us to intersect on HERF at the end of this discussion, we've spent $34.9 million of about $50 million. But the issue with HERF that we have from an IT perspective is that we can't bill HERF until the goods arrive, and we have a major supply chain issue. So the risk to the institution that we're facing is about a $15 million encumbered set of orders. We've ordered 9,000 plus widgets and things. But 14 to 15 million of that is sitting in suspense, waiting on Cisco Systems or other vendors to ship it to us and deploy it to us. That's all Taiwan Semiconductor. It's a supply chain. It's all this global geopolitical issues we're facing. That's the substantial risk we face relative to HERF. Our employee engagement plan continues. We've gotten the results this year. We'll have that for another time, but the results remain flat, 62% favorable rating to a 62% favorable rating year over year. That is right on industry standards across IT, across every industry. It's a national norm. We want to get that number to 70% for our people. John mentioned the people, the gratitude, and the work we have to do with our people. That's imperative because IT is a people-intensive industry. What we want to show here is a proof of work set of slides. This is what I used to call the Condello report, We're going to start raising and elevating the conversation off of this to more strategic goals in our next meeting. But what we wanted to show is proof of work. And if you look at the right side, we've completed our night vision duties for the initial rollout. We have 80 projects in 4 major programs, which is information assurance, our IT people program, our student systems assessment, and our network and critical services stabilization project. And then that sort of hybrid color, those projects and programs will be getting started. So we have a full portfolio of 105 projects. And I can tell you the slowdown in projects, we will always aviate, navigate, and communicate. We fly the plane first, which means we focus on operations, which is why you saw that our big focus was getting our service delivery right on what we do today. Projects are secondary to operations. So as we continue to refine our business processes and do better as it relates to service provision, we're going to focus more on projects. So some example transformation in 2022, we did a lot with basic technology rationalization. For example, we're rationalizing our phones. You know, we get millions of minutes of phone calls in this telephone system a year. We're shutting down traditional telephony. We're moving it to the cloud. We're moving it for Teams Voice. So we have about 8,000 phone lines on this in this organization. What we're going to do is bulletproof it and make it resilient. And at the end of 2024, we will have moved all of our phones to voice over IP phones with Teams Voice. We will have changed something called the primary rate interface, which is the integration to the telephone company, so that if an event happens, whether it's a weather event or any other form of event, your voice systems continue to operate anywhere in the country. So we have resilience. We're building resilience inherently into this cloud migration. That's one of the motivations to our cloud migration. On our recruiting issues, we've hired a recruiter. It's been very successful. This guy's named Rob Ebel with HR. We partnered, and they're doing a great job recruiting. We had up to 50 open positions. He's pursuing 25 active pursuits right now. The central IT unit in 2020 had 246. We're at 226 now. We have 20 Delta open positions, so to speak. However, that doesn't mean we're going to rehire them all. As we go through activity-based costing, we're really focusing on our products and services. What staff do we actually need to deliver the services at the level the institution wants? That's the goal. So we're continuing to work with recruiting. They're doing a great job. One of the things that happened out of our September of 2021 outage, we had an 18-hour outage at our data site Orlando. It was related to our authentication systems. Good news, we moved our authentication systems to the cloud. So now that's in Azure. That's more resilient. It's more flexible. We've started a basic student information systems assessment. I'm going to talk more about that. And this year we have a lot of things that again go to technology rationalization. We are going to consolidate our Knights Mail tenant. Daniela, that's where you guys live, the student tenant, with the UCF.edu tenant, because one of the things for technology integration, we want our students and the faculty and people outside of UCF, our partners in the corporate world, our partners in defense, our partners whoever uses a Microsoft platform, to be able to integrate with UCF. We're the partnership university. We need to allow for co-creation, co-editing, co-generation of ideas, and we're eliminating the friction. And one of our principles is a reductive principle. We want to reduce the surface area of the things we manage, and that will also do that. We're moving to our UCF.edu to Pantheon, which is a outsourced service. So again, part of the cloud migration. Every one of these have shutdowns associated with it. So when we add a new expense, we shut down expense. One of our biggest things we've all talked about is 24/7, 365 Security Operations Center. We've selected a vendor. Gerald and I are working on the details financially and look forward to deploying that this year. You know, Trustee Christie's nodding, and we talked quite a bit about this last year. We're on the cusp of getting this pulled over the line. I think that I just want to underscore something we all see in the news. China is going to Russia. We're lining up against threat actors nationally, where Europe and the United States is facing off against China and Russia. It's a fact. Our FBI brothers tell us this all the time. We have CISA, that's the Organization for Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency with Homeland Security. They're scanning our network. We have other federal partners from the Defense Industrial Base scanning our network. We've taken great strides to add protections both internally and with external people, and bringing in the federal government to talk to our folks and work with our folks. We built solid relationships. This is the final thing that I promised the board we would do. One of three. We've done multi-factor authentication. We've started our vulnerability management program to take risky systems off the network. Now, that's not going as fast as we want, but we're on a straight line trajectory to cut it in half. And with this final leg in the stool, it's going to deliver the promises that I promised each of you that we would have in 2024. And finally, the two things that are closely coupled are ERP migration. So we have to keep, even though we have Workday, we have to keep PeopleSoft Campus Solutions student systems here on premises. I'm going to move that to the cloud. And what that'll allow us to do is faster transactions for people who use my UCF. It'll allow for upgraded usability over time. We're going to try to focus on reducing the friction for students to register for classes, to have a better user experience and a faster user experience. And important to us in IT operation, it reduces a lot of the complexity of the things we're managing. And finally, all of our migrations are happening at a good clip. I'll show you a couple, go through real fast, where we're moving our data site Orlando workload into Azure. And lastly, this is a big one, Gerald's just signing this one off for us today. We're moving our Night Shield workload, which is our capability to do controlled unclassified information hosting for the military, for the Army, for the Department of Energy, whoever has these sorts of additional controls. That's moving off to Azure, and we've got that settled, and we're going to have a cloud that will also accommodate more secretive research capabilities for our defense industrial base and other partners in that space. So this is just a sampling to show the proof of work. And I mentioned this earlier, this was the motion to the cloud. So we moved all of these things to the cloud for our identity services. That was the little shibboleth cloud migration. It's an amazing piece of work. Go back one here before we get to HERF. And we're moving at a clip of about 30 servers weekly is our target, from dehydrating 183 applications and 550 servers out of our Orlando hosting center into Azure. So these are things that we're doing to show you the examples of the body of work. In the future, we're going to be shifting our discussion at Trustee McAlpin's direction to a higher level discussion about strategy, but we're happy to talk about any of these details so that we're not mired in very long presentations, but we're getting the board engaged in conversations about how we formulate our strategy, our expense composition, our labor composition, and where we spend our time. And then, I don't know, Trustee McAlpin, where you wanted to go with HERF. I mentioned it at the front of the book. We have spent our network stabilization and critical service stabilization fund money. We've spent through that, so we've been able to burn that down and apply it successfully to the areas that President Cartwright told me to work on over the last year. So we've done that. We're burning down HERF, but I think where we are, and Gerald can correct me, is that the 14 million or so that's left will probably have to be swept. And one of the issues that Gerald and I are facing, it's the way in which GAAP and accrual accounting treat services and subscription. I see Trustee Altizer smiling at me on that one. So we have a situation where the IT industry is moving to this subscription model. And Gerald says, Matt, if you have a 3-year subscription, I'll give you an example. Cisco Umbrella is 3 years. It's worth $800,000 if you buy it in a year-per-year basis, and it's $600,000 if you buy it up front. We can save $200,000 with that. If there's a hybrid solution where, and this is my deputy CIO, Hank Glasser, if Hank is buying a solution that has an implementation like Pantheon, where there's labor associated with the subscription, Gerald can deal with that as an upfront payment. One of the issues we have is that, like on the UCF mail tenant migration integration, that is a complete services play. So we don't have a clear path forward for prepaying labor on services engagements that are time and materials. So that what Mr. Hector and I were discussing is, at what point, and this is something we may not want to talk about it today, but at least plant the seed, at what point is the juice worth the squeeze to say, in this case, it's a $2.8 million contract. The vendor comes back and says, for the unbelievably low price of 2.6, if you prepay, we'll name that tune. Is that worth the risk? Mr. Mills, welcome. So this is the sort of thing we have to adjust. As Gerald said earlier, is the juice worth the squeeze for a $200,000 reduction in cost? Because there's on a time and materials contract, there's a risk on the other side of it that the vendor doesn't perform. And the other question is, what if they come under? if we do fixed price bids, it tends to inflate because the vendor has to carry the risk. I know you face the same exact situation in John's world. So that's where we are with HERF. That's some funding issues that Gerald Hector and I have to sort out. We've got most of the prepay things that I've kvetched about in previous editions of this meeting. We just have to make sure we have a conversation around services. When is it appropriate to prepay? How much juice is worth the squeeze if we prepay? And can we do it on time and materials contracts, or should they all be fixed? And those are important discussions for us to have as the board to see what kind of risk tolerances you have for us to manage against. So I appreciate your thoughts on that as we go forward. And finally, just to show some of the things we've done, these are the type, I got David in the back, he buys a lot of this. We've bought millions of dollars in classrooms. There's a new anatomy lab. There's a College of Medicine lab. These are real things we're purchasing that will enable our students to learn better. It'll enable us to be pandemic resilient or incident-specific resilience, where we have capability in the classroom that's hybrid. We've spent millions of dollars, $10 million in classrooms deployed already. So we've got a lot of work that's already taken, and this is the real tangible results of that. Massive amount of projects undertaken. We're going to complete 380 projects in the next few months. Wireless, a lot of this wireless work is cleaning up the closets, and I mean that in the most literal sense. So resiliency means you have to be able to support it. So our HVAC, our electrical, we partner with John to make sure things are conditioned right. And a lot of the new bandwidth consuming devices. So if we get wireless access points, they're going to have 3 radios. That means 3 cables. That means more power, and that means, John, more BTU output for you to process. So it does have a big facilities impact as we make these investments. And finally, one of the things that we're teeing up for discussion with the board is our student information systems decision timeline. We did a basic assessment last year, and we understood then, just when I reported this out last year before the break, I was at 60 applications. Now I'm at over 80 applications that I've discovered that are associated with the student systems, the ecosystem, the totality of it. But wait, there's more. There's another 420 supporting systems. So if we thought PeopleSoft to Workday was fun, this is a much bigger and more complicated lift. It's an exponential lift, relatively speaking. So I just want to kind of frame the magnitude as there are many more points in this web than there were in the human capital management and financial system. And although Provost Johnson isn't here, I'll channel him. We have to be able to not, first do no harm here, because this is our bread and butter. This is our student systems. And we want to make sure that we continue to do this right. But we got a good understanding. We've reviewed it. We're going through detailed assessment. We're working with Workday. We're working with other firms. We're going deep with Oracle. We're having a lot of conversations about options. And our next discussion in this board, I want to bring those options back to you to discuss. That's where we left it, right? You good? So we'll come back next time and talk about the details associated with this. We should have all the staff work done. As I mentioned before, I'll just plant this seed again. And the supportive materials beyond these slides you can reference in your packet. This is a $40 to $70 million opportunity if we do this as a major uplift. So it's a substantial investment, 5 to 6 years time to value realization. The driver for us here, and I'll leave you on this thought, the driver here is that Oracle PeopleSoft Campus Solutions has an end date of 2034 for shutdown. Now, no one believes that these people will shut these things down. I worked at Microsoft. We do shut things down. And at a certain point, they will shut it down. So I think we've got a little wiggle room to make a decision, but we have to juxtapose our decisions against the goals that Paul Dosel's been setting. And there may be other investments that this board and our president wants us to look at as a portfolio, and not just this, because this is the core matriculation piece. There may be other success investments you want to see made. So I want to be able to look at the totality of the things involved in this ecosystem and make sure we're not just jumping straight into another major system when we are very fatigued from the system we just deployed. And trustees, I'd be happy to take questions. There's plenty of supporting information, and I'll leave it with this. The one thing I'm trying to do with IT that's important is I want to contextualize the spend in research and education. What are we spending in each of those areas? What's the administrative and enabling and supporting investments? There's something called CAUDIT at the back of your your supportive materials that gives you what we look at as an enterprise capabilities map for higher education. It lets you start to contextualize where all the investments could be made and how we're going to align our spend relative to what we're achieving on your behalf. So trustees, Chair McAlpin, thank you. If there's questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Sure, we do have some questions. Are there?
I do.
I knew you would.
If you, this is Danny Gaikwad.
Hi, Trustee Gaikwad.
Okay, good. So here is a very simple question. You talked about classroom, and I'm very interested to learn. That's where the new century is moving toward the classrooms since the COVID-19, you know. Can you shed some more light on that? I would like to know.
So
what you're doing about the classroom, you know.
So what we're doing in the classrooms is, for example, we're refreshing all the AV. We're putting new equipment in there that allows for recording and simulcasting, and taking those simulcasting and storing them for later use for sort of flipped classrooms. We're also, one of the things we're doing in the classroom space is the microphone systems. So one of the most important problems that we face both in a conference room and a classroom is making sure that the microphones are distributed properly. And there's something and David could tell you about it back in the back. They're called catch boxes. If you're in a large auditorium, how do you get, Alex Cartwright, I see your hands raised. Do you have a question? A professor, for me to, Alex, I'd have to throw it to him and he can catch that and then he can talk and then the rest of the students can hear it. And more importantly, the people in the online experience, Trustee Guycott, could hear it. And that's why there's a nexus to COVID, because we can have a simulcast of real live classrooms with people enjoying the same fidelity in their offline experience as they dial in.
And have you looked into the vendors around the world or around the USA? How and what is the latest technology available?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, our Donnie Merritt is the president of the Higher Education Audiovisual Professional Group here in the United States, and they just had their conference here. It was a few months here in October, and I attended that with them, Trustee Gaikwad, and we had vendors from Epson, Panasonic, folks I've never heard of, and it was quite a show in terms of the type of technologies these folks in that profession are assessing on behalf of the students.
That's all I wanted to bring your attention, that there are a lot of things are there. I just saw the latest Trustee magazine. I forgot the name. We used to use their services when Beverly C. was there. And it is the largest focus in the world is a classroom. And we should be, if we want to go in the next century, the focus should be now rather than later. And that's my comment.
Couldn't agree more, Trustee, and I think Donnie's got a good handle on it, and we would love to show you these classrooms in person. And they have a lot of variance in classroom. If you go to our Rosen College, they have interesting classroom devices in the kitchen that vary greatly because you think about flour and things are working. We have purpose-built classroom devices in addition to generic classroom devices, and Donnie's team is supporting about 900 classrooms and 1,600 learning spaces. So they're doing a real good job keeping up with that tech. Unfortunately, it rapidly evolves, but that's kind of a two-sided benefit. So thank you for asking that question.
Yeah, thank you. Being on the infrastructure committee, I would love to see it, what you have, whenever your time permits.
Happy to do it, sir.
Thank you.
I know we have some more questions. Go ahead.
Chair McAlpin, if I may. I know that over a year ago, we had a huge number of independent servers that you were trying to get your arms around and manage so that data was under control. Can you give us a flavor for the progress that's been made and where we are from a maybe percentage standpoint of having those now within your means?
Right around 30% controlled. So we've made a good set of progress there. The real issue is that I have is I'm not so concerned about getting our hands around what's on the ground. If I can get, and I say if, it's when we get the cloud infrastructure set up post data site Orlando migration, we've got a landing place. Now, I think the rate limiter at that point is going to be how we do the RCM model, how we do the funding model. Winston and I were talking the other day about cloud use and research, for example. So one of the things we did in the University of California system at Washington is we took indirect charges off of cloud use. So we try to create a structure that incented researchers to move to the cloud and not buy servers. And we took our IDC charges away from them, so they're not paying the house. We're kind of economically incenting them. And we have a research cyber infrastructure committee that made a set of recommendations to Winston and I last week where we're saying, look, let's have that as an incentive. Let's build concierge services to move people to the cloud where appropriate. And that would be light touch, high incentives to move the other 60, it's probably 50 to 60% of servers into that cloud model. The NSF is very supportive of it. So we've got a good place where we can service the research needs using the cloud model. And a lot of it can't, Trustee Christie, can't be handled off-site entirely because the workload would be too expensive. So we've got to work on a hybrid model that has a little bit of GPUs over here. It spikes with large computation, and that moves into the cloud, but only for that computational spike. So I think we've got a good path forward. We've got to clear the administrative motion of moving our workload into the cloud. Then we can deal with the distributed stuff a little bit more effectively. But we do have GCP, which is Google, Azure, and Amazon all set up in its basic way, and we will, as part of our common good fees, we'll be able to run all of those, the identity, the security, the basic maintenance, and the researchers, the ratepayers, no longer have a hybrid model of these conflated sort of $20,000 toilet seats. You get what you pay for. And the House covers the administration of the cloud. So that's where we're going. I think you'll see probably a 50, 60% uptake in 2025, 26.
I feel as though the most at-risk servers are under control now. I know that's the primary target.
Absolutely. Our target was the CVSS, that's a common vulnerability scoring system. Our highs and criticals are what we're focused on. We started off with 1,600, we're down to 1,100, only because there was a recent spike. So we had it down to 800. So that's what we're tracking more tightly. And we're reconfiguring the way we're scanning. So I believe we have a much better handle on it. And we have policy now that very clearly states that I, as a CIO, if you don't comply within X period of patching the servers, I can take you off the road. And so that would reduce the ancillary get inside and move lateral risk that you and I have talked about personally.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions from any other trustees?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I want to think about what we learned from this initial Workday transition as we start thinking of going ahead with the student models. And one thing I've learned from talking to VP Hector and others in this field is that what we were doing ahead of time may not have been the best thing, and then we put it into Workday. Yeah. So before we transition the student, I think we have time to think about how we would do it better than just how we would do it to copy what we're doing now. And I'm hoping we're really thinking that way and getting a lot of viewpoints, not just from the vendor, of what we can do out there.
And Matt, before you answer that, because I just wanted to pile on to that one a little bit too, Trustee King, in the sense of, I think you said you have 500 systems, 420 plus 80. Our orientation, right, should be, why do we have those?
Right.
Not lift and shift.
I couldn't agree more. Okay. And that's why I mentioned the CAUDIT framework, is that we need to contextualize our systems in what purpose they serve. And then does that purpose need to be continued? So your point, Trustee King, is that we have to do the assessment. Now, I'll give you a case in point. I met with the Workday team from Workday headquarters yesterday. We were the most aggressive higher education deployment in the history of Workday, #1. So we push it through faster than any other university system or university ever. And what that left behind was the business process analysis, because when I did this at the University of California, I had 24 months in advance of the deployment of UC Path to do our future state process design. I have been very clear that I've said to everybody, both in management and in this board, we will serve no wine before it's time. We will do the appropriate analysis. We will have the appropriate collaboration so that we can look at those business processes and say, are they needed? Are they value added? Are they wasteful? And more importantly, we have to deal with criticality. What's the most important processes to move student success and to move academic success? So the pre-triage before that process design is which processes to focus on. What moves the dial for what you're trying to achieve strategically? So I couldn't concur any more strongly than what it's just a matter of, and I can tell you this as Steve, Washington, WashU, they did this and they redesigned everything. I mean, everything. And they did it to the tune of $116 million. You know, so it's one of those, where do you turn the dial? And I think from talking to Mike and I, at least, Johnson, our Provost Johnson, that we're really making sure that students first, student experience, and Mike Kilbride's in the group that's part of this discussion, our initial discussion. How do students experience the interface with the UCF bureaucracy? How is it modern for the way the students want to interface it through mobile devices and so forth? So we're being very thoughtful as a student-centric view, and then in parallel with that, taking Paul's view of it. And the one thing I want to say on behalf of Liz Klonoff, she prodded me yesterday in the hallway about this. Let's not forget about graduate student success, graduate student experience, and having undergraduates move from our undergraduate experience into our graduate experience seamlessly as well. So there's some areas that intersect graduate education and undergrad that also hits these systems. That.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We do need to get moving. We've got, I'm told, 19 minutes left. Maybe we can borrow a little bit from O'Katie's meeting earlier. Anyway, I think, Jeff, Trustee Candela, did you have a question? I thought I heard you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman McAlpin. I had several things, but I'll make it brief. Then I just want to circle back to John Barnell real quick about what he said about recognizing good work done that's changing the culture, and I think that's really good. I just want that to be recognized, that John is trying to change the culture there in his organization, in his group. So that's very good. And just say, Matt, I really like your thinking and everything you're talking about, and you're looking ahead and you're being proactive, and really, I think, doing a really good job of strategizing and looking at everything. My only question for you, which Trustee Gaekwad brought up about COVID, follow up on that is, as far as your people working remotely, and what's your percent that are still working remotely, and how are you affecting the culture in your group to keep the people that are your performers and being able to add to more that you need?
Trustee Condell, we're about 65% fully remote, the rest hybrid, and we have certain people who absolutely have to be here because they interface with the students. My biggest concern for remote work, in all honesty, is they do their transactional work really well. The issue is social connectedness to the university. The issue is, and this is really, I just hired a recent UCF grad. She's over in CSB with a bunch of 50-year-olds, no social cohort, no group support, and I think these younger hires who are hired into, and I saw this at Microsoft too, it wasn't a problem that was unique to here because Microsoft had a national franchise of remote work. If we're trying to recruit and retain entry-level employees or employees who are in a point in their life where they need socialization in the workplace, I think it breaks that model. So we have this new employee who's essentially orphaned and isolated physically. And Trustee Alheiser, you and I talked about this. That was a big problem for us, is that I don't have an answer to that because Trustee Condello, if I revoke remote work, I lose 30% of the staff. We lost a guy. We had a guy coming in to support Linux, fully remote. Was it Pittsburgh? From University of Pittsburgh. He signed on, said he was going to start for us, and like the day after, he backed out for another remote work position. So we've got to stay competitive in this IT space, but I do have a concern and I don't have an answer to it. I'm happy to have the board discuss this about how we deal with the younger cohorts and the more entry-level cohorts, because they're missing a lot of what we benefited from all being together.
Appreciate that. We do need to move on, and Trustee Candela, if you want to speak further with Matt, I'm sure he'd be happy to speak with you. We're going to move on to our discussion item. We have the space utilization study presented by John Purnell. The purpose of this presentation is to inform the board on the progress made toward the university's campus-wide space utilization study aimed at leveraging our significant investment in physical space. The study was launched in November 2022 to provide the university with data on how instructional research office space are being used. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm joined by John Bates, Associate Vice President for Real Estate, who's managing space. So just want to note that. We'll be as quick as possible. We talked last time about this process, and truly, again, for the strategic plan to be successful, we have to have space, and we certainly have to be able to accommodate the needs that have been outlined in a growing campus, certainly with research top on our mind. Beyond that, of course, just the responsibility we all have to stewardship is also to make sure that we have utilization that's taking our dollars and using them as wisely as possible. There's sometimes an assumptiveness around space that it's just there and that it's paid for, but there's a tremendous, obviously, amount of investment in these facilities that we spend. So we talked last time briefly, but it's a comprehensive study, and so we're looking at all types of spaces around campus and looking at in every nook and cranny. So nothing's excluded from it. And of course, to have any kind of effort that's this comprehensive, you have to have a steering group. And so the provost office, Chuck Riley, and then the others that are there, they're key, Brian Boyd from the registrar. And of course, within my areas, we've got folks represented as well. And so we're working, and then I'd say the focus group piece, and I mentioned this last time, but we have had we have met with every unit on campus with large scale meetings. We're meeting again in the second round, which I'll note later. But this is a big time comprehensive effort across campus, and it takes that to have good data and information. And again, there's your campus sites. And again, ironically, Rosen was not here because the Rosen plan that was in progress already in terms of the outline of Rosen was there, but we are going to have to pick Rosen up, so it will actually include every campus environment that we have. All right, so when you get around the first stage of anything, right, the data is like all the things you guys have seen today from different areas, you got to have good data. And in this case, that little box off there was back from December and early January, and since then, that numbers have grown. It's just to illustrate that no matter how you look at it, you've got holes in your space data, and it will obviously greatly affect the outcome of your analysis if you have rooms that aren't even identified. You've got all kinds of issues and mistakes. And so it's not uncommon. It's not at all, but it just is to illustrate to you all that the deep dive is worth it. You're capturing a lot of updates, and that's what you're seeing there. And so there's a tremendous amount of work being done with each unit to collect and then re-verify with them that, yes, indeed, this is what you said that you have. And then we, of course, have physically walked everything and continue to physically walk that with our teams to get good data collected. In terms of the consultants and the steering committee and the work we've been doing, you've got some early returns, I guess you could say. And so I don't think any of these are really surprising, but you've got a lot of data updates to do, as I already mentioned. You've got positions. What we've been through on the workday transition, and trying to have good data information around here has been difficult. Imagine the space side, how that's affected by having a lack of really great data. But if you don't have that, again, you're not going to be able to draw very good conclusions. Downtown and College of Medicine both trail main campus fairly significantly in utilization. That's just based on what we can see right now. We'll see as the final data is collected if that continues to hold. And there's ripe opportunity for policy adjustment. And I say, obviously, if we're going to go through this effort and we're going to quantify everything and get all the space data updated and get all the personnel data in there and begin to apply all the metrics and data that we're talking about today, we've got to have a better policy mechanism that when people are making changes on campus, that it comes back through a strategic filter, not a bureaucracy, but somewhere that says this is in the best interest of the use that we're trying to accomplish for the strategic plan. So we don't have independent actors everywhere just simply making movements that don't align with that plan. So that's the purpose of putting a new policy framework in place, which we're already pursuing through the normal process for that. And so classroom utilization, I'm going to actually go forward farther because the data, I think, speaks even more clearly. 25.6, that number down there. Think about a 40-hour work week or whatever number you say. I mean, many states spend a lot of time actually arguing about what's the right weekly room hours number. Some states, like Georgia, include even some weekend hours. I mean, so there's states that push that number quite high, actually, to 45, to 50. And they benchmark their utilization off of that in terms of what the state will give you in resources, right? So those are normal metrics that are used everywhere, but 25.6, to be frank, is fairly low. That means that you have a lot of headroom in terms of utilization, and it'll illustrate it even further. And I'm going to go back to that slide in a second. This is a time-by-day use chart, which shows you the total number of rooms is in that green bar. The difference between the blue and the green is rooms not even scheduled. And then you have, the distance between each of those top of the bars across the days is the number of rooms available each of those hour segments across the week. And so you can see Friday, you saw the 25.8, which means, again, out of a 35-hour or 40-hour work week, you're missing, you got a lot of rooms. Friday, not, higher ed's known for this, but it's here, that's a really low number even for Friday in higher ed. 10.8 is a extremely low utilization, and it means obviously you're utilizing a very, very, very small percentage of your rooms. Again, you're all very smart folks. You know that you can do the math very quickly. When you look at these numbers and utilization, that's a lot of square footage that's otherwise not being utilized, that when you talk about growth and the need to have additional space, we can capture. The other thing I want to put on this chart that's really important is as you develop building plans and going forward is the room sizes. You can see that in the larger meeting space sizes, we have good utilization numbers, better utilization numbers, more closer to industry norms, I'll say that. And then again, it just shows you where you need to make adjustments, physical adjustments to make rooms available to otherwise have better utilization. The one thing that we are doing, I think, very well here is the station occupancy number. That 80% number is pretty decent. I mean, again, there's sometimes you see as high as 85%. And I mean, we like 85%, I should say, but 80% is not a terrible number. That means that's I set a section up for 100 and I put 90 people in the room, right? Versus poor mixing and matching of your room scheduling. So there's that. So there's work to do. And again, the final report that's coming your way will talk further, of course, about what the strategies are and what we should be looking at moving forward. Research and teaching labs are certainly part of this as well. And you've got a real mix here. You've got some heavily utilized spaces. And that's not surprising. You've got some that are lightly utilized as well. So there will be more data coming in that area. I think I missed a point on the scheduling that I want to make, which is, there it is, yes. The College of Sciences is by far the highest demand for classrooms and across our data sets based on what we have so far. And so as this board heard and saw in the fall when we were approving some of the projects for that area, it also, as you recall, is our worst FCI, Facility Condition Indexed, condition-rated buildings. So that's a bad kind of setup. Your most utilized classrooms are also the worst conditioned. So I think I should make everyone feel good about the investments we're making in those facilities and the direction we're headed, because it's just really heavy use. And so this study has otherwise put that in full view again further for us. So we just talked a little bit about this with a question about remote work. So, we're going to put some things on the table in our report that is going to be up to each senior leader, in my opinion, to otherwise sort through for their organization of how it works, because every organization is complex and different. But we do need to set markers to say, if you're using modalities of work that are not everybody in a seat every day in an office because they need to be, or that we're going to apply like we do parking standards. When we do parking math, there's 3 or 4 different models you can look at, but they're all something not 1-to-1. So we don't use 1-to-1 for students. Some places use 2-to-1. 2 students per space, and then faculty's a different ratio, staff's a different ratio. Well, offices are in that's where we're headed in this world. That's where we are. And so we will apply to the numbers that we're receiving formulas to this that we'll send back to each unit to say, we're looking for you to take a different approach, and we're going to need to capture that space. Some areas we have wholesale captures to make because they're not utilizing very much of any of the space. We're also triangulating data of use with other mechanisms to trust but verify, just to otherwise diagnose what the real use is in terms of the space. Again, there are millions at stake. When you think about the nursing building and being a 90,000 gross square feet, and you think about net to gross in buildings, and that being 50 to 60% number, so of that gross in terms of usable space, and you think about the cost of that building at $63-ish million, and you think about if you capture that within these contexts, it's just, I know we keep using the example, but it really does work that way, and it is real. And so this is an incredibly important effort that can put millions of dollars in support into our plan. And of course, and on top of all that, not just the construction costs, I'll just remind us that total cost of ownership is 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. 1/3 is the initial cost of the building, 1/3 in O&M operations, and 1/3 in renewal. So you're really saving not just that initial cost. You already have a sunk cost in O&M, and you have the renewal. So there's a tremendous value in being very, very serious about this work that we're doing. The overall schedule is here, and again, we're working very hard right now. We're pleading with units to get us the information we need. We know everybody's very busy, But again, there's a really important lift here for the university. We hope folks embrace that. Again, most have. The colleges have been extremely cooperative. And we're just trying to get the data and get it correct so that when we make the analysis and the recommendations that we can be confident that they're sound based on the data we have. So we're headed for the May timeframe to have a full report completed and to be able to present at our next board meeting in June a more complete understanding of where we are, concrete recommendations. I think research will trail on beyond these dates for sure. Research is far more complex and nuanced, and there's going to be a lot more work to be done there. We'll have some general observations for you where we really feel like we're going to make the splash is in our other recommendations that I've already noted about offices and other areas. I will say the other area that is never popular, but it has to be taken on is departmentally scheduled rooms. The notion, and we all get tempted into this, we all do, that I have to have my own is very expensive. And so identifying those, I have to have my own rooms as opposed to sharing that in a shared use environment is something that can really have a big gain. In fact, early in the slides, in my going quickly, I didn't note that bullet point, but there's even a third less utilization in departmentally scheduled rooms than in the other utilization I showed you, which was below the mark. So you've got some very, very low utilization numbers relative to departmentally controlled spaces. So we really need to, again, work cooperatively with units. We know they have goals. We know they have a mission. We know they've got a lot on their mind too. But our job and John's job with his team is to embrace, talk about needs analysis, but it starts with setting a baseline and setting clear standards in place for people to say, hey, this is where we have to be. Now work with us and we'll help you in the process. So that's where we're at. And if there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer.
Yes, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you. I'm so glad we're doing this.
Yes.
Back to the classroom, space utilization. So 25.6 hours a week, 80% occupancy. You said those are low, even in kind of peer review. I guess the question is low compared to what? Is that industry norms, pre-COVID, post-COVID, today, virtual, return to office, the fact that we have a maybe disproportionately high online learning community, just kind of what's the benchmark there, number one. Number two, maybe a little more qualitative question. You have I remember being a student and needing to get a room for a club meeting or something like that, and sometimes they give you a 300-person auditorium for a 5-person meeting. Do those numbers, the 25 hours a week, reflect, are they weighted for the actual capacity? So, another example is you have a boardroom and 2 people have a meeting in the boardroom. Is that, does your data go that deep to say, was the room used or how was it used? Thanks.
Yeah, so I'll try to remember all those questions. I'll start with the end and work back. No, it's good. Those are good. I'm trying to remember them all. The end point, we're not, of course, aware in a space data study whether or not your conference room has 2 people in a boardroom being utilized. But it does show anything that's scheduled in spaces. Student space typically, and here, again, our students with the student union and the other student owned spaces, they control those completely. And I think that's the focus and attention of those. There is, in every campus, when classrooms are scheduled and done, right, when Brian Boyd and his team are done with the class schedule and release it, those rooms are released and available for use. I don't have that data to tell you what that is here. Most campuses, it's a pretty light number. People aren't usually dying to get into a classroom space unless they're really a prime auditorium or something of that variety. Those are heavily utilized. In terms of the standards, again, there are lots of nuances, but I don't think COVID is driving this, just to be clear at all. In fact, if you were to look 5 years back, I think you're going to find a number that's very similar to this, and it's still courses scheduled as is. And I think that number, again, across other really busy campuses that are R1 peers is going to be higher. And again, unless you're in privates that frankly are not interested in that utilization. And I'll be honest, there are all kinds of schools that you could know their brand names very quickly that are not interested at all. They want their star faculty to not be able to walk any further down the hall than they have to. And I'm not kidding. They just really are not going to disrupt the patterns. So a lot of this does come back to how much you're willing to push the issue when it comes to scheduling. And that's a difficult topic, and it touches on things. And so our job is to try to give as much information and nuance as we can, but we won't make those decisions, right? We'll present the information. It'll be up to deans and the provost who's very supportive of this effort to otherwise decide how far they want to push that standard. But again, not seeing something with a 3 in front of it for that utilization is, I do think it's surprising. I really do, and especially given the population that we have. And so again, if you were to conclude evening hours, those metrics get worse. So like any formula, if the denominator keeps getting bigger, obviously your utilization numbers are going to look even poorer. So there's a major discussion to be had down the stretch here and into the next phase of this plan about what we expect the standard to be. You know, what are we expecting that to look like? So I don't know if I got all your questions. I hope I did.
We do need to move on. This is very important, John, very important stuff. And actually, I'm talking to you, Mike, about us maybe splitting up some of these discussions because it's so critical to the whole strategic plan. Are there any other quick questions? Because we do, and we will in June. I'm assuming we will in June have ample time to hear your whole report, and it won't be. It'll be on its own. Correct? Is that important? I'm looking at Mike.
Well, I was just going to suggest we could do a Shark Tank approach where Matt presents like his stuff for 40 to 70 million for his, and I'll present the deferred 600 million, and then this, and then, sorry.
I'm getting a head shake.
Bring it, big boy. Let's do it.
Are there any other questions before we adjourn the meeting and move on to the next one? And we will have a good, full, comprehensive report and a lot of time in June, correct?
Yes, there's a full.
Okay, good. Thank you. You do have 3 information items that were included in your package. If you do have any questions, I think they're all related to John Varnell. Yes, they are. Please see him afterwards if you have any questions. Thank you for your time today. Are there any? Is there any new business to bring before this committee? If none, the meeting is adjourned, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair McAlpin. Great meeting. I would suggest that we consider more than an hour for facilities and infrastructure.
There were 2 key things, his and Matt's, and we really could have done it one at a time.
Without a doubt. So
Thank you, guys.
we'll make that a longer meeting next time around. So
Thank
thank
you.
you. Okay, we'll move on to audit and compliance, and we'll turn the floor over to Chair Christie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, all. I'd like to remind everyone that this is a meeting covered by the Florida Sunshine Act. Law, members of the public and press are invited to attend. Sometimes feel as though I should just have a sign that plants in front. Trustees have joined us virtually. Please mute your microphone. When not speaking, state your name. First, when asking questions and making comments, if an issue is being recognized, please text Lauren. We'll make the correction real time. Margaret, will you please call the roll, confirm the quorum for voting?
Yes. Chair Christie?
Here.
Vice Chair Altizer? Here. Trustee Conti?
Here.
Trustee Gaikwad? Trustee King?
Here.
Trustee Mills?
Here.
And are there any other trustees on the call?
Martins?
Katie.
Lopez.
Miklos.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Members of the committee, the minutes for the November 16, 2022 meeting included your meeting materials. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
So moved.
Moved by Altizer.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mills. Thank you, Vice Chairman Mills. Are there any discussion around the minutes? Therefore, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Hey, this is Danny Gaikwad. I am on the call. I can hear you, but I think you were not able to hear me. So please.
Okay. Trustee Gaikwad, are you looking to make a discussion point prior to the vote?
No, but I just wanted to make sure when you were taking that roll call, I was not there. So I'm just making sure I'm here.
Margaret, we'll confirm that if you would, please. Thank you. So I think we had a vote and it was all approved. Is that correct? All right.
Did you call your vote?
I think we did call our vote. Yeah. So we've had an opportunity, as you all see, to review the agenda packet in advance of today's meeting. I'll ask our general counsel if she is in receipt of any disclosure of conflict of interest by a member of this committee. Yandi?
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much. Trustees, does anybody have a disclosure of conflict before we proceed? Great. Let the record reflect there are no conflict of interest disclosures received today. We have 4 action items on the agenda today. Robert Taft, Chief Audit Executive, will present the first 3 items. Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Christie, and good afternoon, everyone. The first item is one we've dealt with a number of times, and we do on an annual basis. As an annual requirement, University Audit has performed an audit of UCF's processes to ensure the completeness, accuracy, and timeliness of data submissions relating to Board of Governors performance funding metrics. The report is contained within your packet, and you will probably note there were no reportable issues for the sample that we selected. Our approach is to do it on a rotating basis. We meet with the chair and president, discuss the metrics, and generally if we had an issue with the prior year metric, we would include that in the scope. We also include metrics we've achieved and not achieved. If you want some more detail on the metrics themselves, both for the standard metrics and the preeminence metrics, that was provided in the package from the Academic Excellence and Student Success Committee, information item 1, which gives some trending information as well. So we will incorporate that in terms of how we select our sample for the next go around. But overall, the audit went very smoothly. It's something we've done. We're familiar with the process and the individuals involved. I'd like to recognize Vicki Sharp and Valerie Morton from our team, as well as the members of IKM, the Office of Research, Graduate Studies, and the Foundation, who were very cooperative in providing documentation. So we would certainly recommend, Chair Christie, that the report be accepted.
Thank you, Robert. Is there a motion to recommend acceptance of AUDC-1, Board of Governors Performance-Based Funding Data Integrity Certification Report?
So moved.
Motion, Conti.
I'll second it. Altizer.
Conti, thank you, and seconded by Altizer. Is there any discussion? With no discussion, I'll ask for a vote for all those in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
And like sign, no. Okay, motion carries. Fantastic. Move right along here.
Okay, I'll continue on to the second item, which is a companion item for the report, where UCF is required to complete a performance-based data integrity certification form, affirming the results of the completed audit report, and that all representations included in the performance data integrity certification form have been fulfilled. I'll take a breath now after I say that. This is just a form acknowledging the process we went through. It will be signed by the board chair and the president. For those of you who have noticed, the form has changed slightly in terms of format and content, but it's essentially similar. We did have one exception for transparency, that we did note that a couple of file submissions were a bit late, but we were communicating with the BOG throughout the process, and it had no impact on the calculations. There were some vacancies in the registrar's office, which slowed down the process slightly, but in the end, it all was completed successfully. So again, we would recommend moving forward with this action item as well, Chair Christie.
Thank you, Robert. Is there a motion to recommend acceptance of the performance-based data integrity certification form?
So moved.
Altizer. Thank you. Second?
Second, King.
Thank you. King, second. Trustee, appreciate it both. Is there a discussion? Any questions? With a motion for first and second, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, like sign. AUDC 2 is approved.
Thank you. We'll move on to the third item, which is our department charter. As you know from the fourth item, we have a committee charter, and both the compliance and audit have individual charters. So we have provided both a clean copy and a revised copy of our charter. We took a deep dive into the charter based upon our upcoming every 5-year quality assurance review, which will be taking place later this year, and we'll discuss in more detail at a future meeting. Most of the changes were relatively straightforward, I think. We changed some of the language regarding guidance from the Board of Governors and the Institute of Internal Auditors, whose standards we used. We also adjusted the charter to clarify some of the processes in terms of how our audit plan process works and the various types of services we provide, but hopefully their changes weren't too difficult to follow, understand, and we can certainly answer any questions, but we would recommend approval of the revised charter, Chair Christie.
Thank you very much, Robert. Is there a motion to recommend approval of the charter itself?
So moved, Altizer.
Altizer on a, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Conti. Is there any discussion? I will say that most of the meat and potatoes of this charter were in fact maintained and became more robust, but the efficiency of the charter itself became more effective.
I just had a quick, quick question for you. So a couple of comments here, and you can answer them generally, but there were some things that you established criteria, right, for how a department should be managed, or you evaluate if the department has enough resources. How do you know that? How do you know what the ideal answer is?
Well, there are a couple of things potentially. Service level agreements that have been established in advance. On some occasions, you can do some industry-wide benchmarking. You can look at trend analysis historically, how the performance has done. Have there been any new requirements or technology changes that could have impacted the need to perhaps reallocate resources? So it's kind of a comprehensive type approach we take, but sometimes it's pretty clear that additional resources are needed. Other times it's really just using the existing resources more effectively.
Okay. Because not to belabor this point, but sure. I'm just curious as to, you get to, VP Hector's department, he has 10 accountants in bank recs, and let's say he has 5, you think they need 10.
Right.
Who adjudicates that, and how does that show up in your report, and is that right? And I'm just curious because that's part of your charter,
sure,
in essence, and I'm just trying to, how would you?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I will tell you we've done certain audits over the years that Title IX immediately comes to mind in terms of the backlog of investigations and regulatory impact, where we had made that recommendation and that was implemented. So you kind of look at the risk, the impact and severity. Sometimes it's more efficient to just pay overtime, for instance, than to hire additional personnel. So we rely on the department's estimates of what they do. Obviously, a lot of people don't do time accounting like we do in our department, but I would say with Workday, for instance, looking at audit trails and productivity, we're able to look at certain cycle times already for punch list items, for time to hire, things like that. So I think with the more granularity that you have, the better the estimating you can make. I will say in some cases, departments try to use our reports to obtain more resources, frankly. So we have to be a little cognizant of that we don't want to be used as a conduit to inefficiency. So.
Yeah, so as Trustee Altizer knows, there's always those discussions between our CFOs and our auditors about things we might disagree with, right? An auditor has a perspective, and as an operator, we have a different perspective. I'm curious though, when this comes to the committee, can we disagree with you, and or how does that work relative to the document in essence, right?
In terms of disagreeing with the conclusions in our report?
And I'm just saying, yeah, because I'm just saying, if Gerald thinks there should be 5 accountants, you think there should be 10, that comes as committee, and we agree with our operator.
Yeah, I'll say I've never had a situation where we've said we want more people and they've disagreed with us. So for the other situation, certainly it would be, one of the recommendations we tend to make is putting that through as part of your budget request and part of your total comprehensive budget. So you may want to look at other areas, perhaps travel or something, to reduce funding there while maintaining more staffing and an overall similar financial picture.
It's a larger question. We could probably take it to a different session, but I would want us at some point to really think about what that process is, and have the document reflect a scenario where there needs to be an adjudication in that sense, right? because you could see an operating expert versus, versus an auditor, and where those might be conflicting, and it happens all the time, in the real world. So the question for me is what that process is to facilitate that, and I don't think that's in the document as I read it, and maybe I'm missing.
It's not. And my suggestion in this scenario, and to your question, would be in an MDA management discussion analysis, that if something does jump out for that reason, that it's addressed at committee at that time. Would be my recommendation. Robert, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I would say, in a number of cases, we've certainly hired consultants to come up with staffing model analysis. So in many cases, that could even be
Don't get stuck on the staffing model.
Yeah, no,
I was just using that as an example.
Okay.
Right.
I'm really just saying when there's a disagreement.
Oh, certainly.
We do have as Trustee Christie said, we do have an MDA discussion typically, in a private world.
Yes.
And so what I don't see is that process reflected in this document, in this charter. And I think there needs to be room for that relative to anything that might come here relative to your report that, the committee or one of your colleagues might disagree.
All right, so I think if I understand the point correctly, it'd be the communication and escalation of disagreements within the report itself, where we would say, we would give them the opportunity to respond. They would say we disagree, and in some cases we would then provide another rebuttal. That content would be included within the report itself, the give and take at that point, and then the decision would be made to accept the risk or not implement the recommendation. So again, it's not always required our recommendations be implemented. Our job is to communicate them, and management's opportunities is to accept and implement as appropriate as they see. And with you getting that information within the report, you would note for an individual recommendation if there was disagreement based upon the responses.
Vice Chair Mills, if I might make a suggestion here, it possibly would behoove us through definition of MD&A or some part of the charter to open the door for that exact instance. Would you be comfortable with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we will look at that and work through that prior to our next meeting, if that's okay. Thank you.
We can certainly bring
Very
that
good
back
point.
for the next one. Thank you for the feedback. We appreciate it.
Chair Christie, I have one question before we leave this point.
Please, Trustee Conti.
Yes. Does any side, and I'm beginning to understand as we speak about this more, have authority to go by that particular recommendation if it doesn't have budget impact? Say they move around people, they're moving around hours, they're bringing in new and getting rid of others. Does either side have authority to go ahead and move on these recommendations, or after negotiating different recommendations?
By either parties, are you suggesting the Board of Trustees versus the audit?
No, the operating or the audit, before it gets to us.
Yes,
if there's no budget impact, can they do this?
Oh, you mean can they implement the recommendation prior to the issuance of the report?
Correct.
Oh, absolutely, and we would note that or not include it within the report. But typically, we have a category within our software to say management agrees and has implemented the recommendation prior to the issuance of the final report.
And if it was outside of the budget, it has to come to us, to the Budget Committee?
Not necessarily. If they had the funding already, they would do it. It may not be a funding thing. It may be updating a process document or a procedure. Those are the type of things that often get done before the report is issued. If it's going to be more of a heavy lift with funding, you have to go through the procurement process, of course, and selection. That would probably not get done in time for completion prior to the issuance of the report.
Like hiring those that
exactly,
yes. Holding, yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other discussion? All right, I believe we're looking for, did we have a motion? And we had a second, and that was our discussion. So with that being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. It passes. AUDC 3. Thank you all very much. Robert, thank you for your work here. Greatly appreciated. Charter's been approved. Trustees, the last item on the agenda for Audit and Compliance Committee, and charter from Rhonda Bishop, Vice President, Compliance, Ethics, Risk, presenting. Rhonda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So Board of Governors Regulation 4.003, as well as this committee's charter, requires that annually this committee reviews its own charter. So the charter before you now is for the Audit and Compliance Committee. During the past year, the UCF Board Office updated the template for committee charters. And so the changes that you see before you today in the updated charter reflect transitioning this committee's charter to the new template. So if you look at the track changes, those that are in red are where new language was carried over from the new template. Those that are in green, including those that are struck through, just represent where language was moved to meet the requirements of the new template, the formatting. I will tell you that no language was deleted from the current committee charter. There were just a few additions to reflect the new template language. Mr. Taft and I also reviewed the current charter and had discussions around whether we thought that there should be new additions that should be, we would recommend to this committee. However, at this time, we do not have any further recommended changes to the committee's charter, and so the revised charter is submitted to the committee for consideration and approval.
Thanks, Rhonda.
Certainly.
May I have a motion to recommend the approval of the Audit and Compliance Committee Charter?
So moved.
Vice Chair Mills, and a second?
Second, Altizer.
Second by Trustee Altizer. With that, is there any discussion? Having no discussion, AUDC 4, all those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. AUDC 4 passes. Trustees, that concludes our action items for today's meeting. All 4 items. Consent agenda approval for tomorrow's meeting, February 24, 2023, as the full board meeting. We'll now move on for the first discussion item, DSO external audit. Robert is here to present this item. Robert, if you would.
Thank you, Chair Christie. As we just discussed with the Audit and Compliance Committee Charter, one of the items is that the committee's responsibility is to receive and review audits of the direct support organizations and component units. So we do have this as a discussion item. Many of you are the BOT representative on one of our DSOs, so you are familiar with the process of the presentation of the report and of the financial statements by the external auditor and the approval at the DSO board level. We did have all of the DSOs get a clean or unmodified audit opinion. Athletics got over the finish line at the last minute, fortunately, so we were able to say that that is done as well. So no issues reported across the DSOs and the 3 different firms that perform that work. One item I did want to bring to your attention is we have had some discussions, as you know. The Board of Trustees has in the past suggested that we look at doing a across-the-board RFP or ITN to select one external audit firm. We have some new information that we may want to take a second look at that. For many of the DSOs, their 5-year contract has expired, so they are looking to go out and get a new external auditor. Our thought when this policy was put into place many years ago is that there would be a fairly standard 5-year extension with a new engagement partner, but with some of the other things that have taken place historically, we're looking at switching. So when the DSOs have gone out to look for services for the next year for a 1-year contract, it's a rather prohibitive cost to do. However, the firms that we're currently working with have provided 5-year schedules with a more flexible and favorable pricing. So the one thought would be to allow each of the DSOs to extend for another 5 years, as is the current policy, or we could continue on the current path to extend for the 1 year, likely at a higher rate than we would pay overall, but and then go out and, as planned in October, start the process. Really, we probably don't want to switch firms at this point. Gerald Hector and I and Trustee Altizer has sat in on some of the CFO council meetings where the DSO CFOs participate and have conveyed this issue. So there will be a lot of additional IT control work with Workday taking place. So the thought is that's not an ideal time to certainly switch at this point, and I would certainly encourage Trustee Altizer or Gerald Hector if they had any additional thoughts regarding this process and subsequent discussion to bring it forward at this time.
2 points of information I'm going to add here. First and foremost being the Board of Trustees associated and assigned to athletics. I would like to defend them by saying most of the DSOs have hundreds of transactions a month, where AA has thousands of transactions a month. So I thought that was quite important to share. The second point is that, to the last part of Robert's statement, through looking at our current auditor, as we look at the environment, Tiffany and I, Trustee Altizer and I have had this conversation, as well as Gerald Hector, that the economics associated in today's environment with auditors and firms is so dramatically, has so dramatically increased that the staff that they have has decreased, which represents them pricing certain clients out of the market in an attempt to focus on clients that have higher economics. And with that, I'd like to give it to Gerald just for a second to talk about it, if you would, Gerald.
Yes, so what everyone said is true. We're getting information. We have 3 different firms for the DSOs, and one controls the lion's share in many ways, and that's Crow, and we have PYA and CLE. What we're hearing from each of the firms is different. One in particular, PYA, would look for a 5-year deal. With Crow, we're looking for a 1-year extension, so we keep everybody in place to get through our Workday implementation. And then we can go back and see how we do that. The challenge that we're going to have to work through is how we get all of the DSOs on the same schedule. There's a cost factor for each one, and each DSO has a different budget and ability to take on increased costs. Some of the costs that we are seeing right now is upwards of 18%. It's very high in a normal sense, but we're going to go through a full IT audit, so that's going to be a big part of the reason why that's the case. And as we've been arguing that that's too high a rate, the challenge, as Trustee Christie just mentioned, is these audits are very, very small, and these firms have other opportunities to make more money on other engagements. So they're really staying with us in order to get us through our audit. So we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But at the end of the day, we got to make a decision, getting back with the CFO Council, to see where each of the different DSOs are in terms of what they can afford. And then we can restart the whole process to try to consolidate. But maybe for the next year or 2, we're probably going to be in the status quo in terms of the auditors that we maintain.
That's significant savings at the price in which Gerald has negotiated.
So I just want to make clear, if I can, Gerald. First of all, thank you, Trustee Christie, for talking about athletics and the multitude of exponential line items they have. So when it comes to cost allocations, we'll know where to send those. But just so I'm clear, I thought we were going down the path of saying we'll extend for a year and then do an RFP for all the DSOs. But then I think you just said you're not going to do that for a couple of years. You're just going to hold tight.
So the discussions last year was that we would start a process to consolidate all into one.
Right.
As we're going through this process and now going into Workday and all of the transitions that are taking place, some of our auditors, at least one of our auditors, is saying, look, I have other business because of what's happening. They're losing their own people as well. They don't have resources to put to jobs that don't make them large margins.
Yeah. Okay.
So the discussions we're having with them is to maintain them. We're saying we're going to do this year because we have to keep them for next year. The challenge is we have 3 different firms that have 3 different thought processes. So at a minimum, we will maintain the 3 that we have for next year's audit and then see where we are with each of the other DSOs that have different auditors. And then we try to figure out, do we just do a 3-year and whatever the cost is, everyone bears that cost and just go that route? But like, for example, the Research Foundation, if they go out 5 years, they're going to get a significant discount. The foundation itself doesn't have that, nor do we have that with Crow.
Okay.
So we'd have to strike a balance.
So when would you actually start an RFP to consolidate them all?
Maybe a year and a half from now.
So call that June 24,
Yep.
which would be for the audit we would receive in 25.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got to give ourselves some room here. And interestingly enough, 2 of the auditors are okay. One, the major one, Crow, that does most of the audits, they're having a challenge because their margins on these engagements are not there.
Tell them to start implementing AI, they'll get some. But, okay, so we just want to make sure that, at least from my perspective, that we aren't sitting here having the same discussion in 24, now we're looking at 26, and those types of things. So if the sooner we put the pin in the ground of when we want to start the process, taking into account all your factors, I think that's what we just want to do that and stick to it. So we don't, because we'll have all this 3-year, 2-year, all that stuff, that could continue on forever. We do want to kind of get across the finish line at some point.
Absolutely. And for just a point of clarification, we actually had already started the discussions in CFO Council to consolidate, and we were going to go, I believe it was this October.
Right, exactly.
And our plans have just shifted out a year.
Okay.
Vice Chair Mills, I just would like to comment that I think sticking a flag in the sand is critical. Workday is going to dictate where we are and when. So I would sort of like to give us a bit of freedom to recognize that point. Vice Chair Altizer.
Thank you. So I participate in the CFO Council meetings, and I think I went back and got the actual documentation from when the board addressed this back in 2020. And so it was the context was a part of like an oversight of the DSOs. And so there was a lot of recommendations that came forward, and one of them was to use the same auditor. And it seems like the thought process was, you'd have some consistency and potentially gain some economies of scale. So that makes sense. But we're just in a whole nother world right now. It's a world I live in every day, and, the labor shortage is dictating it. And so, you've got the challenges of finding a firm that actually would have the bandwidth to take on all the DSOs and perform it in a timely manner, and also have, subject matter expertise, because we obviously have some things like athletics where you need that. So while this seems like a good idea, and we definitely need to put it off because of Workday and what we need to go through on that, I don't want to get in a place where we're trying to do a square peg round hole, because it may not make sense. So that's just how I feel about it.
Thank you very much. I think Trustee Conti has a question or a comment.
Yeah, and I guess Trustee Altizer answered it somewhat. I was going to say the opposite, but she's right. The bandwidth is very important, and these subjects are so different. But I had a fear that even a combination of all the DSOs with just 2 that are large, the bigger firms are not going to want that business. And the bigger firms are the ones that have the bandwidth of specialty and skill. Do we have to go with one of the big 8 or whatever number it is now? Or can we find a smaller audit firm that perhaps has all of the subject matter we need?
I'm going to refer that to Gerald, if you would.
Dictate?
I'm sorry, the last part of that was Trustee
I'm not
Conti?
sure if the state dictates that or not.
I'm going to hand that to Gerald, if you would, please.
Trustee Conti, excellent question. The firms that we use right now, I would consider Crow almost like a regional firm in some ways, regional to national, but the other 2 firms are local, pretty much local, is PYA and CLE. So we're already down to that level. I will say we haven't gotten much of a pushback or any type of, consternation on the other 2 that are local, but with Crow, they're obviously being a bigger firm. To the point Trustee Altizer made, that's a real issue. So that's the song and dance we're doing right now. So our main focus is to lock up the same auditors for this year, and then we can go back into that process again. But as Trustee Altizer said, and the partners are very, I speak to the partners, and they're telling me they're down 500 auditors. So if you're down 500, you're going to go where you got to get your best people. The other thing that when I get to my update, I'll talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the accounting and HR space around talent, and it is a real issue for us. So we're working every angle possible to make sure that we maintain and have our auditors for next year, but it is going to be a different world we're operating in.
Yeah, maybe some of the big guys can, if they don't have the expertise in a particular office, they always call their other offices. So it may cost more, but that's probably the direction you're going to have to go if you want one audit firm.
Yes, and I'll give you one anecdote as well. I just learned that we had someone that was working here, I believe it was over somewhere in IT or somewhere, that actually left to join one of these firms because they can make more money and they get billed out at a higher rate.
Right.
So if you're talented in accounting and finance and HR, you can go to Accenture or Huron or McKinsey, and you can make more money. But then again, they don't look at the smaller firms. It's a vicious cycle, but I don't know how you break that from our side.
Never thought there'd be a shortage of accountants. Sorry. I just realized what I said. Sorry, Trustee Altizer.
The last discussion item is University Compliance Ethics Risk Update, and Rhonda is presenting. Rhonda, if you would, please.
Thank you. So as part of my update to the committee this time, I want to highlight the university's privacy compliance program and also include privacy activities that are included in the Compliance and Ethics Work Plan Status Report that we provide to you at each meeting. The report covers the time period of October 1 through December 31st of 2022. I just want to remind the committee that the full status of activities report is contained in your materials and communicates to you the activities of our office that fulfill the requirements of an effective compliance program that are found both in federal requirements as well as Board of Governors regulations. This status report also assists the committee in meeting your oversight responsibility of the compliance and ethics program. So my office oversees the university-wide privacy program that establishes standards for protection of data in compliance with applicable laws, and those are both federal and state laws as well as laws from other states. Just as background to you, in 2020, we hired the first director for privacy compliance, and that recommendation actually came from a HIPAA compliance audit that was done by my colleague's team back in 2017. The original recommendation was for both a privacy officer and a security officer. We were able to identify some savings, and so after hiring the privacy officer last year, I identified that there was room for this individual to handle both the HIPAA privacy and security, and so we were able to save some money by not having to hire an additional position. In this role, this individual does serve as the university's privacy officer. Some of the program activities, and I'm not going to cover everything on this slide, but just highlight a few, is that this program is responsible for establishing appropriate policies and procedures, as well as making sure that our public-facing privacy notices are appropriate and that they're updated as needed, as well as this individual also responds to individual data access requests that we may receive from whether they be students, the public, or individuals that have a relationship with the university. And as you would expect, this office responds to and resolve incidents of potential non-compliance and privacy breaches. The university has a regulation that covers how the university handles sensitive data, and that includes some of the larger laws, which I'm going to talk about in just a second. But specifically, we have the policies, and here are some of the examples of those policies that cover different types of information that we have to maintain privacy requirements around. For example, our credit card merchant policy sets forth requirements for protecting card holder data that the university may acquire. And our policy for collection and use of Social Security numbers sets forth privacy requirements and limits when the university can collect Social Security numbers and how those Social Security numbers can be used. So here are some of the laws, privacy laws, that we as a university have to comply with. The first one is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or what we call FERPA. This is probably the most notable law that applies to us as a university. This law protects student records and how those records can be used and accessed. One that I think we're all familiar with is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, as well as the Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health, or HITECH, laws that cover patient privacy and disclosure rights under those laws. There are 3 rules included under HIPAA, and that includes the privacy rule, the security rule, and breach notification requirement rule. One that individuals often don't think about would potentially apply to higher education is an international privacy law, such as the European Union General Data Protection Regulation. And this law requires us to have stringent security restrictions in place around data applicable to citizens of the European Economic Area, so that's a little bit broader than the European Union. It also requires us to allow those citizens to decide what happens with their data. And we oftentimes, if they make a request, unless it is a student record, we may have to actually delete their data from our systems. And of course, we comply with Florida state statutes as well as other state laws that may impact us.
So quick question before you move on.
Certainly.
So I'm just curious, our HIPAA obligation and how closely tied are we to the medical school versus, you know, the HA partnership, those types of scenarios, right? And obviously HIPAA is about data exchange, but I'm just, our obligations relative to those medical records, et cetera.
So our physician practice is part of the university. Yes, so it is, our HIPAA applies to us directly. We also have what's called a HIPAA hybrid because we have other areas on campus that accept insurance, and so HIPAA applies to them, such as our student health center. We have some other allied health areas that see patients, such as clinical psychology and audiology. So HIPAA applies to those areas as well.
Those are employees of the university?
Yes, those are all of these are employees of UCF.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. One of the activities that the Privacy Office conducted during the last period was in response to new privacy laws in other states. We performed a gap analysis to really look at the potential impact of these new laws. And so of these 5 states here, California probably has the most rigorous privacy laws, but all of these laws require us to have frequent updates to our privacy notices, that we process an individual's data request in a very timely manner, and that we appropriately handle individual preferences, for how we handle our data. So for example, if we're marketing to prospective student to prospective students, they may request that they opt out of that, and so we have to very timely respond to that request. In addition to this gap analysis, because these laws all include significant legal penalties, we also met with our colleagues in the General Counsel's office to really come up with an agreed-upon approach to how we as a university are going to comply with these new privacy laws in other states. So what you see here, the black represents our system Salesforce, and that system holds data from UCF Connect, our UCF online program, and our continuing education program. And so this data often comes to us as prospective students fill out web forms online if they're interested in the program, as well as those students may be receiving marketing materials from us. The other one that you see in gold here is the foundation's data set. So this is data that they compile where they reach out to current and prospective donors to the university. And so individuals, all of their data falls underneath these requirements in other states if they are a citizen of that state. And so really what this impact analysis told us was, what is the potential impact to us and what is our risk exposure as a university? So I have some good news. A lot of this work we've already done here at UCF, mostly to comply with international laws like the one that I discussed earlier. And so we've already developed processes and procedures for handling an individual's data request or access to their data, as well as opting out of marketing or other communications from the university. And so the real impact to us would really be volume-based if a large number of these individuals all of a sudden requested that they wanted some type of change in how we handle their data. To help stay in front of this, the Privacy Office has set up periodic meetings with the offices that handle these privacy laws and these types of data requests to make sure that they're educated and that they're responding timely to any potential request. So the last activity included in the report is a new annual security and privacy training, and this was a training that was developed in coordination with the Information Security Office. And so not only does this training include security training and requirements on campus, but also includes privacy related content and summarizes requirements on the applicable laws to the university, including new requirements that are coming from these other states. It also educates our community on if they have questions or if they receive data requests, where that data request should be handled and how they can get in touch with the privacy director. As of the end of December, we had about 4,000 employees that had completed the training. I'm happy to report, I got an update yesterday, that 66%, so closer to 7,500 employees out of the about 1,300 who received the requirement to complete this training have completed it. The team will continue to work with employees since this is the first year. There's kind of a soft landing, I'm going to say, as far as what the deadline for completion of this training. So they'll continue to work until we have 100% completion. And then moving forward, this will be an annual requirement at UCF to complete this training. And that completes my report.
Thank you, Rhonda. With none, I would ask that there is any new business that comes before this committee. With that one final statement, Chair Mills, be assured that we will come back to you with a process for challenges or questions in the MD&A and or data to support any questions that there may be in MD&A for any of the audits. So we'll come back to you. With that, Mr. Chairman, we are finished and we are adjourned with the report from our committee.
Thank you very much, Chair Christie. Okay, trustees, we're going to take a short break. We will come back at 2:30 for the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
I was going to give you a bit.
Oh, yeah, I know. We needed it. They're gonna change that.
Okay. Yeah, there's just so much there.
Good afternoon. The next committee meeting will begin in approximately 2 minutes. Approximately 2 minutes. Thank you.
You want some theme music? Some walk-on music, walk-off music, whatever they call it. Walk-on, walk-off. Everyone, next up is Budget and Finance, and we'll turn it over to Vice Chair Mills.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for being here. I always get the great position of standing between people and drinks by the way.
No, you got one more after you. Don't
Is it
worry
really?
about it.
Oh, good. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad because it's too much pressure. Certainly glad to be here with everyone. I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is covered by the Florida Sunshine Law, and members of the public and press are invited to attend. Trustees, please mute your microphone when not speaking and state your name first when asking a question or making a comment. If you have any issues being recognized, please text Lauren, and she'll take good care of you. Carmen, I'm not sure if we have anybody on Zoom at all, right? No one on Zoom. Excellent. Perfect. So, Carmen, would you mind calling the roll call for us and confirm a quorum?
Of course. Chair Mills,
Here.
Vice Chair Condello, Trustee Altizer.
Here.
Here.
He's here. Trustee Ganell. Okay.
Trustee Cardenas.
Here.
Trustee Christie.
Here.
Trustee O'Kady.
Here.
Chair Mills, we have a quorum. For the record, are any other trustees joining us today?
Martins?
McAlpin.
King?
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Carmen. The first item for us today is the minutes from the November 16, 2022 meeting, which are included in your meeting materials, and I will entertain a motion to approve those.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Trustee Christie. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any comments, edits? Hearing none, all in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? All right, the minutes have been approved. And we will jump into our reports with SVP Hector, who will start with our financial report.
Thank you so much, Chair Mills, and thank you for the opportunity to present. And also just want to thank Dr. Cartwright and Trustee Mills for coming to our retreat recently. We got the results of your appearance, and they are all raving reviews. So thank you so much.
Oh, I can get on Yelp. I get some Yelp stars.
I'll get you out on Yelp or Instagram or something like that. So thank you both for doing that. It was very, very, very uplifting and inspirational for our leadership team. The other thing that I'd like to do briefly is just to start off by saying that seated at the table here, something Trustee Mills has mentioned to me, is to continue to showcase the folks that are behind the scenes helping me quite a bit. I get up here to stand and speak, but I have a very, very talented team of individuals at UCF here. And we also made some adjustments to our organizational structure. So a lot of things that you'll see going forward, like Dante White and Bert Francis and Christy Tent on the end there, we have reorganized our division such that now we have what's called an SVP council. And we have done that in line to just manage all of the things going on with the strategic plan and all the change initiatives that we're doing at the university. So we're doing that now in tandem, and these three individuals are here to answer any questions on some of the materials that are there. So we'll just jump right in, and please, as always, as I go, stop me if you have any questions. Be more than happy to answer. One of the things Trustee Mills has asked is that at the start of every meeting, we start with the Q2 financial summary. We'll get through that. I'm pleased to say that we are now inside Workday for all the warts and growing pains that we're having. We're able to deliver Q2 reports for not only the main campus, but all of our DSOs. That is an improvement. We're still working on how we get that automated, but that's work in progress. And we'll get into the numbers in a little bit. Just give you some key updates. And you've heard a lot about HERF. So I want to put some of HERF in context for you as trustees so you understand the pressures that we're facing as we get down to the end. And then I'll give you an update on just Workday and Adaptive, as that's our major change management process we're going through. So that might be very, very hard for you to read, but you could get a sense of where we are for the second quarter of the institution. We're trying to get to a point where we are not only providing quarterly reports, but when I came 2 years ago, the utopian goal was to get us to monthly reports. And we have a path to get us there. It's just going to be a path that we have to go over some hills and valleys, but we are definitely trying to get to that point. One item that I think some of you in reviewing the materials might have seen is that the budget column itself looks out of balance by about $27 million. That was on purpose. If you recall, when we were going through the entire budget exercise, what we were seeing primarily is trying to capture the data and where to put the deltas. We have what's called here at UCF, until we get into what you'll hear about with Adaptive, we now have the ability to track everything inside the system. But at that time in developing it, we knew inside the system there was always going to be about $40 to $50 million of excess. That's what gives us that carry forward number every year. At a very high level, I will just share with you the major changes that we're seeing. Obviously, we had a diminution in student enrollment, and that came along with having a decrease in revenues on the student tuition side. However, we have a pickup in state appropriations. We were granted $27 million, $20 million for STEM-related programs, and $7 million for nursing. That's all E&G related. So those two are kind of balancing themselves out through the first quarter. The biggest changes, I would say, when you review this is the removal of HERF funding. For 2 years prior now, we've been having a large influx of HERF funds. For those, for Trustee Cardenas, who is new to us, we got probably the highest amount of HERF allotment in the nation at about $314 million. And you'll see in a couple of slides as we go down, you'll see what's happening there. The delta, you can see some very big changes year over year. That is just primarily being driven by the fact that we're not having those levels of HERF anymore. When I get to another slide, you'll see as of December 31st, we had about $57 million worth of HERF funds left to be spent. As we're standing here today, that number is down to about $46 million, and I'll elaborate a little bit further when we get to the HERF slide. What we are tracking here now at the institution is how we have the ability to not only look at quarterly financials, but also project through the end of the fiscal year. That is something that we are getting better at. We now have a tool in Adaptive, and now we're no longer just looking at Excel spreadsheets. We actually have them inside of a system. And we're definitely tracking this because the goal for us is not to have a large carry forward, new carry forward at the end of the fiscal year. So that's something that we're getting much better at, and Workday and Adaptive are basically coming in sync to help us get through that situation. Just some key updates for you. Adaptive planning, I just mentioned, it has been utilized to capture our preliminary budget. Just over the last 2 days, we have spent with what we call the CSWAC committee, the Central Support Unit Allocation Committee, looking at the central areas and the budget submissions that they have made. Wouldn't be a surprise to anyone of you in this room, obviously being as experienced and seasoned as you are, the number of requests to spend is higher than the amount of revenues that we have. So we're going through a process right now of analyzing those and making those tough decisions. But the takeaway for you as trustees going on a prospective basis is basically we now have a system that we have gotten away from Excel spreadsheets. It is not to everybody's liking just yet, but it is what we need in order to move us forward. In November, you voted on a new short-term cash flow management strategy. There's an investment report that Bert Francis will give a quick update on later in this presentation. But I'm pleased to say that we have launched that strategy. As of December 31st, we invested about $20 million in that new strategy. As of today, I think we're north of 200 million. That 200 million obviously will go down on a declining balance basis as the semester wears on. Why is that the case? We think our cash burn rate, depending on colors of money or not, when I first got here, we think it was about $126 million a month. That number still needs to be stress tested, but you can get a sense of what is happening as funds come in and funds go out. We are earning right now about 4.6% on those funds invested in Pool 1 with the change in our strategy versus what we have been getting was about 1.3%. All of that investment income that is coming in, we're definitely looking at ways of how to utilize that going forward. I just mentioned one of the things this board wanted to see is that whenever we present the university's financials, we also present the DSOs, and we were successful in getting that done as well. That was a heavy lift, part automated, part manual, but we're continuing to work through that. Some other things that we're working on in terms of efficiency that ties to the strategic plan that we have developed to get the $50 million worth of reallocated funds is how we buy things at the university. In many ways, we buy things in line with what I would say to folks is small to medium-sized liberal arts institution. We're not taking advantage of economic buys, taking advantage of economies of scale in some ways, volume buying, bulk buying, negotiating contracts in that way. So Joel Levinson in our procurement shop has been tasked with actually taking on this effort. To give you some sense of scale, the University of Massachusetts has less students than we do. In 16 months, they were able to return 18 million of recurring funds by adopting strategic sourcing. Not only is it the funds that you get back, but also it's cost avoidance. Because we're so decentralized here, we have multiple instances of purchasing the same thing, and we're having to maintain them in that regard. And also recalibrated the controller function. As I mentioned before, we made some structural changes within our division, and the controller's role now that Mr. White occupies is now on par with the other SUS institutions. Before, we had a controller role that those roles were just spread far and wide. HERF, so I touched on HERF a little bit. $58 million as of December 31st. We're now down to about 46. You heard Matt Hall talk about HERF. You heard John Varnell talk about HERF. There are funds at risk. And what do we mean by that? The program ends June 30th, 2023. Funds that are not dispersed, encumbered does not count. If the funds and product and services are not received, the funds will die. And if the funds die, the risks to the institution is the items that have already been procured, particularly in IT, about $15 million worth, are already procured, and they're here on campus in some instances, and in some instances, they're just encumbered. But an encumbrance by way of a PO is actually a contract. So how do we manage that risk? So where we are now is we are hoping within the next week or so, we'll have some guidance from the Department of Education on what's going to happen. Are they going to grant us a blanket extension like they did last year? If they were able to do that, then we could probably spend those items down. However, if that does not occur, we have already come up with a contingency plan on how to spend those funds. More than likely, they will go to a strategic initiative around how to assist some of our students. And in some instances, we're also looking at revisiting an indirect cost pickup that we could look at. So it is tenuous, it's outside of our control, but the supply chain and labor issues are real. But if those funds die, that just falls to the university, and we have to figure out how we pay for those things on a prospective basis. On the IT side, on the facility side, you heard John present earlier, he has about $1 million at risk in contingency. It's the same issue. So we're working through that. We got our fingers crossed. I have several contacts at the Department of Education. I've heard from one. And the bottom line is try to spend the money before June 30th, 2023.
So just a couple clarifications. I just want to make sure we all have the same understanding. You talked about encumbrance equals a contract on appeal. I think you used the phrase. So if it's encumbered, whatever the definition of that word is for most people, then you're under a contract, then that money is okay.
It's not.
It's not okay.
It's not okay.
So when you said it was under appeal, what does that mean?
No, PO, purchase order.
PO.
I'm sorry.
A PO,
Yeah,
sorry.
purchase order, PO.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so all services have to actually be delivered by June.
That is correct.
That's the red line.
That is the red line. And you heard also Matt Hall talking about prepayments.
Right.
That's part of the challenge that we have as well. Not only is it just prepayments.
Yeah.
Prepayments is an accounting function, but it's more in line with this fact that we have to spend this money by June 30th. The product and services has to be received within the grant period. And that's the problem that at least 3 of the SUS institutions have, ourselves, FIU, and FAMU, because our dollars are north of $30 million as we're talking right now.
So a prepaid expense wouldn't work.
A prepaid expense would not work.
And how about you sign a contract, for a 2-month, or let's just call it an 8-month project, and you pay for it all up front?
It still would not work.
Still does not.
Still would not work. And that's the issue. So we have 2 things, and I'm glad you're asking this question, Trustee Mills, so I can clarify what Matt was trying to explain. Prepayments is an accounting function. You pay for it before the end of a fiscal year, but you amortize it over the life of a subsequent fiscal year. What we have done historically is to prepay and put it all in one fiscal year, adjust our ledgers, and then don't expense it on our books. That is something that we have to address. Workday has exposed that for us. Workday will not allow for us to do prepaids where you expense everything in 1 year. It's forcing you to book an asset at the time you make that payment and then amortize over time. So that's what Matt was trying to get to. The HERF issue is tangential, and that is we have to get these funds spent by June 30th, 2023. So there are some internal policies that we're going to have to change and shift in how we did things in the past, but that's separate and distinct from the issues that HERF is bringing for us.
Okay, and then so you, short of that, short of finding ways to spend down the money, you said some strategic initiatives, particularly around student aid. So you'll come back to us with what those proposals are? Is that
Yes.
okay.
Or hopefully by the time we come back to you in June, we would have spent the money.
Yeah, we'll be seeing each other before June, though, so.
Okay. So just so the board is aware, by May 31st is a deadline Dante and I have been working on to try to work with the other peers and other colleges and universities so we can go in as a unified force. But we would hope by May 31st, we would have the majority of the funds spent or everything tagged, so we're not rushing to and use June as a month to reconcile. So that's what we're looking at right now. And a couple of our peers, FIU and others, I speak with them quite frequently, and they're trying to do the same thing. For FIU, as an example, all of their $30 million is caught up in HVAC. Ours is a mix between HVAC and IT.
Gerald, when you
Excellent
say
question.
$25 million is at risk due to supply chain, all of that has been ordered, correct?
Yes.
Are we contractually obligated to it?
So if we have POs out there, those are contracts, yes.
So what percentage of that 25 million has POs tied to it?
So that 25 million, Chair Martins, that should have been adjusted since is that 25 one there?
The 25 million at risk.
At risk.
At risk. No, it's 15 million at risk for Matt Hall. Did I say 25?
And the chart
says 25 on the chart here. Due to supply chain and labor issues.
Oh, that one number should have been adjusted down because we made
it's
some.
15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. So right now, as we're speaking today, it's 15 million at risk.
So what percentage of that 15 million are we contractually obligated for? What I'm trying to get at is what potentially will we need to replace with other funding because we are contractually obligated?
$15 million.
It's the whole.
It's the $15 million. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Yes, thanks for the question. And how we're looking at it is if we don't get the extension, and we have to do that, we have to deal with that in a subsequent year, either through carry forward or something like that. So thank you for the question. That number should have been adjusted down. Any other question? This is a very important topic because a lot of it is outside of our control. We don't set the rules on the HERF funds, and quite frankly, a couple of us are sitting on pins and needles. Okay. Just Workday and Adaptive, just to give you some sense of what's happening there. Workday has been implemented. We're meeting our 4 metrics. That was pay our people, pay our bills, and we're working on closing our books, and we're hiring our people. The closing of the books part is a struggle, because now we have all 10 DSOs inside the system. We're now figuring out that because all these different companies are within the systems, they have to close their books first before we can close all of our books. So that is something that we're working on right now, and Dante White is leading that effort. And it's going along well. I will say that we are very pleased with some of the functionality of Workday, the reports that we can get, the things that we could see that we could not see with PeopleSoft. That is only going to improve over time. I think, as I'm looking at Trustee McAlpin, I think the only thing that I would definitely say that we could have done a better job on is how we did the training. The training is, we figured we'll get to on-the-job training as we go, but it's more complex than first thought. So we are recalibrating how we do training in that regard. So that's going to be ongoing. We have pop-up training. We just had a 2-day, what we call knowledge transfer training with all the finance folks. That went extremely well. But there's another thing what this slide is portend is what we're seeing and facing with vacancies. We have a tremendous amount, I would say a tremendous amount of vacancies. Right now we have about 6 vacancies in accounting in Dante's area, key areas that we have to get filled, and we also have about 12 in human resources, all driven by the fact that 2 things. One, our salaries are where they are when they start. We're seeing people that will interview, we get right up to the offer stage, and then the salary that we can put forward is not what they would like to see, so that's a factor. And the other factor, quite frankly, is that we're just not getting talent coming into these pools. Jobs that you normally will see that have 100 or so, 50 to 100 applications, we're getting 6. And out of that 6, sometimes you would not hire any of the 6. So one of the things we're looking at now is how do we do staff augmentation, because those positions are our baseline operations at the institution. Why I mention this to you as a board is that we have to really manage this process, because it is 3 times more expensive to get consulting work than it would for what we would pay someone if we could hire them. We have to find the money. We're dialing for dollars right now to figure out how we do this. We just have a proposal on hand right now to get us through this quarter into the fiscal year end and to ramp us up for next year's audit. And that contract alone, just to get through August, is $2.7 million. Right, if I was to look at it at a juxtaposition of what an annualized salary that we have right now available in salary savings, it's only $2 million on an annualized basis. So it is very expensive, but the risk reward for us is we need to get our work done, and filling these roles are paramount. We continue to interview on a regular and consistent basis in both HR and in finance, but it's just a challenge. And just looking at Trustee Altheiser, we were talking about this just recently and what she's going through in finding accounting talent as well. It is very, very difficult. Or if you get someone, the request that they're making for compensation is way above what we have in our current ability to pay. Now, another mitigating strategy we're looking at, and John Varnell did a good job of this in facilities, is that he cannibalized positions in order to bring people to certain levels. But that is something that not necessarily we can do in the accounting space, because the work doesn't go away, because it's technical in nature and it's repetitive and has to be going on a regular and consistent basis. So we're working through that, but we are going to have to bite the bullet there and figure out how we manage that through the rest of the year. But it's just part of what we're struggling with. And it's not only just a big city issue. My counterparts in the SUS, in smaller, even up in Gainesville, they're having the same challenge. And it's just something that we have to manage. Just budget planning, I mentioned before. By the time we get down to June, it is our hope to unveil for you the responsibility-centered management budget. It is a change for this institution. It is going through the paces right now with the CSWAC, and we are getting what we would have expected. A lot of concern, because it is now totally transparent. Everything is laid bare, every source of funds is laid on the table, and it is a challenge for us. Why is it a challenge? Because our revenues will remain flat, but our inflationary costs are escalating. As you heard Matt Hall mention before, in some of the areas that we're looking at, you're going to see costs increasing because we're moving from on-premises in some aspects to the cloud. And those cloud costs are exponentially higher than if we had them on-prem, where we're still doing the whole server bit and all that kind of stuff. The discussions last 2 days were good. They were needed, but it needs refinement. Because as I've shared with you before, until we got to last year, it was the first year the university budgeted from the bottom up. Before, we used to allocate revenues off the top to various colleges and units, and then they spent what they were budgeted. So in other words, they were given control totals, and when we were growing 2% year over year, we always had about $16 million of additional revenues. Now that enrollment has plateaued, and in some instances this year has decreased a little bit, we're now having to manage inside a fixed amount. And that gets us back to why the strategic plan becomes so important. You heard Dr. DeSalle talk about a strategic enrollment plan. The challenge is going to be, how do you grow revenues in an environment where your enrollment is going to remain flat? This is not new. Other institutions across the country that weren't growing the way we were have been managing this. But a key way to do it is to diversify revenue streams. The utopian goal in higher education, private or public, is not to have any one revenue stream top 25% of the total. That's going to take us a little while to get there, but we're dipping our toe in the water, and when you see the budget in the June timeframe or so, you will definitely see how each college at the university fares in terms of revenues generated and expenses, and then how allocated costs are spread. So it is an all-funds approach, so it's different for us, and we're making our way through it. Are there any questions? That's my SVP update. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions before we jump into the regular materials from the agenda.
Any questions from the committee members?
Okay.
Trustee Candello, I thought, was on the, did I hear him on the?
Yep, he's on there.
We can't see you on the Zoom, but if you have a question, just speak up for us, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I understand the information and the briefing from yesterday. I'm good.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gerald, and to the rest of the team, first of all, I would tell you, when you describe moving from Excel to Workday for a $2 billion enterprise, I consider that progress, right? And while I understand fully, having been through several of these ERP transitions myself and with clients, there's a lot of pain, but you can start to see glimpses of what the future might look like, including the idea that we can actually get a Q2 report and it's not, September, right? Type thing at the end of the fiscal year. So that's also
Trustee Cardenas is over there just shaking his head.
You just beginning to hear though. I saw Terry, I think it was Terry in the back somewhere areas, no one likes two-a-days, right? Or in basketball, no one likes wind sprints. But, when it's the fourth quarter and you still have, energy and your competitor doesn't, you went through the pain. But the other side of that looks really good. So I commend the team and all of our colleagues, candidly, on staff that are working through the Workday issues. All ERP implementations have issues. Some of them last a lot longer than others. But I promise you, there's some gold at the end of that rainbow, and it actually might come in the form of currency too, by the way.
It actually is, and I'll let my colleagues here speak as well. There are things we can do now that we just could not do in a way that will allow you to get to things that you guys are accustomed to, 13-week rolling cash forecast and those types of things.
Right.
We're trending towards that. That's just something that we need.
And what I would just ask you or encourage you and your leadership team to do is to not lower expectations. Even though we're going through pain, right? Don't lower the expectations because the opportunity is significant for us as an organization. It does highlight a couple things, right, that we've talked about in the past. ESG, right? How do we get people committed to spending ESG dollars first, right? Which I think is important. And then, even when you start thinking about the money management scenario, right, that we implemented in December, 3% on $200 million is $6 million we didn't have. So there's got to be one of those strategic initiatives that might need $6 million, right? So that's, in essence, found money through that. And my 3% was the arbitrage, Bert. I saw you checking my math. But just using that arbitrage opportunity creates money for us to and it's unrestricted dollars for us to invest, but obviously we want to use that last, right? We use that last, use foundation money last, and ESG money first, okay? So thank you very much for that report, and for my colleagues, you know, I've been on this board now, I can't remember, you know, I don't know. Huh? It's my 4th year? Thank you. My 4th year.
Not 14th, 4th.
Really? It's not dog years? So, but, you know, this is the first time we've ever started a committee meeting with a financial update. So, hashtag progress. Okay, so next item on our agenda, you've all had an opportunity to review the packets of today's meetings. And so first I'll ask Yandi if she is in receipt of any disclosures of a conflict of interest by any members of our committee.
No, I am not.
Thank you, Yandi. Trustees, anyone require a disclosure before we proceed? Excellent. Please let the record reflect there are no conflict of interest disclosures received for the day. So we only have one action item for today's agenda, which is Bud C1, which is our operating budgets for auxiliary facilities with bonded debt. And we'll have Bert and Gerald lead us through that discussion.
Thank you, Chair Mills. I'll just give the high-level overview. This is required by the BOG to be submitted. It's earlier than all of our other budgets, and it is an overview of what's happening with our housing and our parking. One thing that I think came up in not only our one-on-ones with some of you is to remind everyone there is an element to this auxiliary that has a spending authority mixed to it, meaning that there is a cushion or a contingency in these budgets where we have the number higher than necessary. And that is because what will happen is if we ever got to a point where the revenues are exceeding, we don't want to be bound in a similar fashion that we are on the E&G side on tuition, where you cannot spend it. We want to be able to operate through the course of a fiscal year and do so comfortably. And that's the only difference here. You will see in the materials that on the housing side of things, we are going to dip into reserves that housing has at this time. The reason why we're doing that is deferred maintenance needs in housing that we can no longer avoid. We do have the funds for it. We have a very sizable amount of funds sitting that they can draw upon, and that's something that we're actively now looking to see how we allocate that using Workday as a way to drive that for us. I'll pause here and see if Mr. Francis has anything you'd like to add to that.
I think that's a great overview of what makes these budgets a little bit different than the normal budget submission that goes in June. And these do get approved by the Board of Governors, so there is a level of conservatism built into these numbers. You'll see it in parking is one that stands out with the operating budget. There's a $1 million reserve budget that's in there. So that's part of the reason for that increase. The other two aspects I'd point out with this is there's two other purposes for why these budgets are approved before the others. The first is to ensure that we meet the debt requirements for each of those bonded facilities. And the first major requirement is that you maintain over a 1.0 coverage ratio for the current year. That's a hard requirement. The second one is that you can hit a 1.20 coverage ratio in order to issue additional bonds in a 2-year period. Both of these budgets will meet both of those requirements. We're on track for nearly a 2.0 coverage ratio on housing, due in part to some of the debt refinancing and lower debt service we've seen there. And parking is in great financial shape. They're at a 6 to 7 times coverage ratio. So we're well above the coverage ratio requirements of the budgets being presented. The other aspect of these reports is to ensure to the BOG that we are funding the R&R requirement at the prescribed levels. Both of these funds maintain a 30% R&R fund that is set aside for any extraordinary repairs or replacement needs on those facilities. Parking has already met their 30% operating revenue into the R&R fund for the year, so you'll see that there's no scheduled contributions there. Housing actually is exceeding their maximum revenue this year due to part to some units that we sold and actually have resold as students have moved out. I think we've heard earlier about there's just a tremendous demand here for UCF on-campus housing. So they do have a small addition to the R&R fund as a result of their revenues projected to actually exceed their norm for the year. So with that, I'd pause and I can answer any detailed questions you have about the budgets for both parking and housing.
We heard earlier about the fact that we're obviously at capacity in housing. What about on the parking side? I mean, are we utilizing all of our parking? Are we stressed in terms of parking need
So I think COVID has changed things a little bit for parking. Now, obviously, if you ask some students, there's always a demand for new housing or new parking. That's never going to go away. But I do think that we meet our parking needs on campus. We do have shuttle providing. I'll turn it to John to give more specific answer. But
if you want the data, we're down about 25% in faculty permits and about 15 in staff permits. So there is a delta. We looked at this year. Kevin Sowers in the room, Associate VP over Business Services. We've been looking at that data carefully. This is our truth-telling year. You know, this is the year where things after COVID really stabilized. So we're definitely seeing an impact. It hasn't hit the bottom line too hard, as the numbers show, but it's definitely less.
Yes, Trustee King.
So that gets me to the question of, you know, sustainability with less people on campus, because I see it, you know, it's as a faculty member, you can actually show up at 10 and still find a parking spot. Before that was impossible. You had to search for an hour like you're at the mall at Christmas. But the point is, how are we looking forward if we're at these lower rates, and do we have enough for, you know, other structures? I know the nursing building is going to need a parking garage down there. So how are we, if we factor those things in longer term as opposed to just today?
The structure in parking is stable. I mean, 11 years, like the rest of the institution or more, we've not had increase in fees. The transportation piece, ironically, has stayed pretty steady. So remember, a big portion of that money in parking and transportation is on the transportation side with the shuttle pieces. In terms of planning, as we do the next master plan, you're going to see some adjusting there that helps us. It's actually given us a tremendous amount of relief. We were at a point where we were looking at a lot of different expansion. So even at like Lake Nona, based on the ratios that we're now applying, we may not add any parking with a nursing building coming online. Kevin's done a great job initiating real count tech and getting that in there. And I mean, we're sitting at 450, 500 open spaces every day in those lots down there. And so it's tremendous savings to the university. In fact, I had an offline conversation with Mike Kilbride earlier today, how we can leverage that as we look at the various things. We're constrained, as Bert knows better than anyone, by the debt structures. But if we can find a way through that, we could open up avenues that support, again, our students. Ultimately, they're the benefactors, right, of all the revenue we spend by freeing up those dollars, getting rid of the debt, and not having to put it into big parking decks. And obviously, we have to continue to invest some in our current decks. There's work to be done, right? There's renewal. But that's a really small number, and our FCA work already identified that. And so that we're very hopeful, actually, this turns into an opportunity to redirect funds into other priority initiatives.
I will also say we are looking at it very carefully globally. Parking is an auxiliary that's restricted solely to parking. Housing is auxiliary solely for housing. As we look at the new budget model, we're looking at all funds. So how E&G funds are divided, auxiliary funds are divided, we're asking the questions, okay, how do we cover all of it to match the budget for the entire university? So we, to Trustee Mills' point, we spend the right color of money. Because right now, the E&G by itself, if we fill every vacant position and we were to factor in inflationary costs, the E&G on paper should get absorbed. But you have other operational aspects of the institution that relies on auxiliary, C&G, and other funds. So as we go down this path with this new budget model, all of these things will have to be brought to bear, and some hard decisions will have to be made in light of all of the sources of funds that we have at the institution. So that question is leading to one thing, but it dovetails into others.
Just a couple of questions from me. As one is I didn't know the difference between salary and benefits and then overhead. There was a separate line item. So what's considered the auxiliary overhead for either parking or housing?
So any auxiliary facility that utilizes E&G funded services is required by the state to pay into an overhead fund that basically represents their portion of those E&G funded salaries. So this represents our time at finance and accounting, our HR time that may be processed through E&G funds. So this is based on an 11% rate of their prior 2-year expenditures that they pay in to reimburse that cost.
Okay, so that's their allocation, if you will, and that's formulaic. So it's 11% of their
expenditures
2-year running
2 years ago
revenue. Or
expenditures of the program from 2 years ago.
Okay. And then both of those salaries and benefits were up about $500,000, which seemed quite a bit, for a relatively small organization. So can you talk through that a little bit?
So the two columns you see here, one is estimated actuals for the year, and the next is the proposed budget for next year. And so we have several vacancies across the university. I think you've heard from several presentations where we're filling vacancies across the university. So estimated actuals are less than what we would need to fully fund those positions. Going back to the conservative nature of these budget submissions, this would allow us to fill those vacancies as well.
Thank you. All right. Any other items? Next item?
I think we need a vote.
Yeah, so I will entertain a motion to approve Bud C1.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Altizer. Any additional discussion or questions? All in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Okay, thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is discussion around our audited financial statements with Dante and Gerald. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Mills. On the audit, I'd just like to report to the board, we have a clean audit, an unmodified opinion, and in terms of findings, no findings. Prior year findings have also been addressed, so in all essence, we have what we'll consider a clean audit. A tremendous amount of work. Dante and his team did outstandingly well, considering that we were trying to stand up a new system and account for that, and also complete an audit in a separate system. But we just had our audit exit interview along with Trustee Christie last week, and nothing but commendations from the state auditor. So I'd like Dante to expound a little bit on the audit process and the audit results, and to share with the board. Dante?
Yeah, at this point, the audit itself is down in Tallahassee with their supervisors to get it finalized. We've kind of went through, we don't anticipate any major changes. It may be some cosmetic stuff related to some wording for the most part, as well as we were able to provide them, thankfully, with the athletics audit as well, because we report all of our DSOs and they will only accept final audited statements that actually go into our audit for the DSOs. So we were able to provide that yesterday. So they're moving along with finalizing their aspects of it. So I'm very hopeful that depending on their time frame and their final review, we should be able to get that final issued audit report out very shortly.
Yeah, two things I'd like for the board to hear. One of the things, we have set a goal for ourselves next year that all audits, main campus and DSOs, will be completed by October 31st. That's a goal. We now believe if we could get a system that allows us to close our books monthly, that we now have, and we have some other gaps that we got to fill, we're setting a goal of October 31st to have all audits completed. One thing I would say to the board, because we're in budget season at this point in time, when you look at our audited financials, our net position remains similarly around 1.1 billion. But as we're looking at the budget, and as Bert just mentioned on the auxiliary side, as we start filling vacancies, we're going to have to watch that very carefully, because not only filling vacancies and having inflationary costs, our challenge is our revenue is flat. And with that means that we're going to get to a point where revenues are going to be kind of out of whack with expenses. But when you look at the expenses we have, we're just going to have to reimagine ourselves. So that net position is something that we're going to be watching very, very closely. But last year, the change was immaterial on a full financial basis. But as we're looking to the budget and positions have to be filled for the student-faculty ratio you heard mentioned earlier, and the cost of inflation, without growth in revenue in the next yearly cycle, is going to be something that's going to be a challenge. And that's something that's top of mind for me. But that's something that's kind of out of our control at this point, but we're going to be watching it very, very closely.
Other questions? Okay, so thank you very much. And I like the just-in-time delivery on the athletics audit reports. Whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes.
I can't get a break.
Okay, so there are 5 information items that are included in your meeting materials, fairly significant ones, including all the financial statements for all of the DSO organizations. And I just want to see if there are any particular questions that you wanted to raise here around any of these information items. So I think including in your materials, it was, see if I can pull them all up again here it was the investment report, the operating budget report, which sort of went through the DSOs and the debt report and the fixed capital outlay budget. So I want to make sure you're all good with that. Everybody had any questions around that?
Chair
Okay.
Mills?
Yes,
I
please.
just wondered if maybe Bert could give us just a little overview, since that's his area of
Yeah.
the investment side, just because we obviously all watch the market, we know what's going on
Oh,
there.
you know I'm excited to. So first, I'd say thank you all for approving the IPS changes that we brought to you in November. That change has been a tremendous success for the university. We now have $203 million working in our Pool 1 account. As Gerald mentioned his opening presentation, it's now making over 4.6%. It's almost 3 times the level that we were making in the SPIA fund if we had not made this change. So tremendous amount of money it's made for us there. We have brought the SPIA fund down to its floor. Every time a dollar goes into SPIA, I take it out and I rework it into Pool 1. So we are maximizing our revenue opportunity really to the greatest extent there. Quarter 2 is a great quarter. If you look at January, it's even better. So I'm even really more excited to show you the next quarter report, not to kind of steal the thunder from that, but I think you're going to see that our investments have been doing fantastic in this last quarter. In addition to that, the flexibility that is provided to our team has been tremendous. You may recall that the SPIA fund had a liquidation limit up to 11 a.m. We couldn't liquidate more than $20 million a day. When we do financial aid disbursements, we could disperse $80 million in a single day. And we were having to pull down funds over a week-long period to make that happen for our students. We can now pull these funds down same day. We had a wire had to go out at 4 o'clock one day after kind of unexpectedly, and I was able to pull the funds down at 3 o'clock and have it wired within an hour. So the flexibility it's given, I've taken some hands off Dante's team, so there's less fingers involved. It's created a lot of efficiencies for the university as well. So,
What's the SPIA floor? What's the?
Right now, we are at $145 million, and the floor is based on a prior 90-day average. And so that is reset every 30 days as we continue to draw it down. And every time they adjust that floor, we bring it back down that same day.
It's great to have that level of flexibility and a 4.6% earnings per opportunity as well. It's just found money. I did get a text. I wanted to correct myself earlier. I was saying ESG. I thought I was saying E&G. I think that might be some PTSD on my side, but so forgive me for that.
Yeah.
Too many acronyms. but E&G is what I meant to say. Thought I was saying E&G dollars first. But one of the things around one of the information items is the capital outlay scenario, and there are E&G carry forward dollars being utilized for some of these capital projects that we want to just make sure we always keep our eye on and pay attention to, right? Particularly as a finance committee here. And then, with the goal of ultimately, minimizing any carry forward, monies at all, for sure. But we want to make sure we're keeping our eye on how we're using this carry forward dollars in particular.
Absolutely. And it's something that we are having. Once again, I say to folks, there's a quote by Justice Arthur Brandeis that says, sunlight is the greatest antiseptic. I'll say Workday has just opened up the windows for us in some of the processes like Bert just mentioned, and allowing us to do some things that we couldn't do before. Carry forward monitoring is also one of them. So we're very pleased with that as well.
Yeah. And I probably should say for the record, particularly anyone who might be listening in this committee, online or otherwise, we don't sweep any of the Workday issues under the rug. Again, we sort of understand and appreciate the pain. I do think we sort of look at each one of those challenges and target them to resolve completely. But I want to make sure everyone knows who may be having an issue, and it might be their job specifically that is really difficult because of it, that we are listening and hearing them as well, and we will work our way through those issues. Even if we have to do, one every 30 days, we're going to work our way through each and every one of them.
Yes.
Okay. Any other business to come before the committee? Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to actually address that last point, which is, when we talk about Workday, what we're talking about here is the finance side and what's going on. And when we talk about problems with Workday, I want to make sure the board's aware of the problems that faculty are having with Workday. So it's not just the financials of what we're doing, but for especially our most productive faculty, they have multiple grants from multiple places, and they need to get various information. And at the start, Workday was not supplying that. And I do want to thank Gerald and his team for working, to address some of these things, but it's still a problem. And you may hear, depending on who you talk to, that Workday is still a very big problem for our most productive faculty. And that is the problem, that we can't, the finance side is one thing, but when we get into how individual faculty are ordering things, getting things in, hiring the people they need, and just seeing their budgets, it's still an ongoing issue. That's significant. And I really want to thank, Gerald is working with multiple committees of faculty that are going, but it's important for, I think, the other trustees to hear and be aware that this is still going on.
Thank you for highlighting that. And like I said, nothing comes off the map, right? It all stays on the radar screen, and we will be addressing them. And we want to know as a committee, any resources that we may need, or any things that any other roadblocks we may need to move out of the way, that may be distractions to resolving some of those issues as well, right? So, because we do want to tackle each and every one of them.
If I may, Trustee Mills,
Yes,
to make a final point on what Trustee King raised. For years, we had a system here at UCF called Paris, and that system basically was bolted on to PeopleSoft and matured over several years, and it gave them a snapshot of all of their grants in a nice, pretty format. Workday we do have a dashboard, but it's not in that format, and it's requiring faculty to learn some new things, and once again, the training. Some are appreciative of it, some it's a mixed bag, but it is a challenge overall, and we're working on it. Our interim VP, Winston Schoenfeld, and I, we're doing these road tours. We had a tour yesterday with CCIE, where we met with the research faculty just to walk through this very issue. Some of the issues they're having are not necessarily Workday, but it's business process into how to navigate Workday. So Winston and I are doing these kind of tours to just kind of hear from everyone and then put plans in place to address it. So it is a give and take at this point, but our goal is to get them something that mimics what they had in Paris that was built up over a number of years.
That's right. And when I describe resolution, it doesn't necessarily mean it looks and feels or acts the way it did before Workday. There are compromises, there are new ways to sort of see things, but we do want to have people, we wanted to have them as an enabler of their work, right? Even though that might look a little bit different for everyone. So there are those compromises. Okay, any additional business?
Chair Mills, if a point, just one thing I'd like to do. Christy Tant is on the end here.
Yes, Christy.
I just wanted her, we didn't get into the DSO questions, but Christy, with athletics going into the Big 12 and some other things along those lines, we have kind of affording Christy the opportunity to manage all of the DSOs in terms of a central financial area. And I just wanted everyone to know that that's what her role is. She was here to answer anything related to DSOs, but DSOs are going to take on a more pronounced view for us. And I've asked her to take on the role of monitoring all of them, regardless of where they fall, and just work with us to bring it all together so we can continue to have the quarterly, and when we get to monthly close, that we'll be able to have those as well.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I just wanted to acknowledge that Christy is up here with us for that purpose.
Yeah, and Dante did that too. So we just figured she was working so hard yesterday trying to get those last reports in. We'll give her a break for a moment. Okay. And I did want to, if there's no other business, I did want to just take a moment and welcome you, Trustee Cardenas, to our team. I have a bit of a confession I wanted to make to you publicly, is that whenever I hear someone who says something that inspires me, I always say, like, the first 90 days, it's like, just like I heard from Rick, he said this. And then the second 90 days is someone once said, and then the third 90 days is like I always said, right? So I had the pleasure to hear you speak at our graduation ceremony last spring, and was completely inspired by your words. And particularly, and correct me if I misstate this, you talked a little bit about how we all have the opportunity to change the world with one interaction at a time. And I thought that was really moving. And candidly, I confessed, I have used that in other speeches of mine. And I gave you credit for those first 90 days. but thank you for that inspiration. We're certainly delighted to have you on this committee.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, being no other business, the meeting is adjourned. We'll turn it to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mills. We are running ahead of schedule here. Our last committee meeting is Strategic Partnerships and Advancement. I don't see Rod Grabowski. Is Is he here? Okay, great. And Chair Conti, are you on? Okay. All right, we will, if I can ask that we put those on the Zoom up on the board here so that I see when Chair Conti comes back. Okay, we've got Trustee Condello. All right, we'll just stand by for Chair Conti to come on.
Seventh inning stretch.
Seventh inning stretch, that's right.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. We've got Chair Conti. Chair Conti, we ran way ahead of schedule, so thank you for
see that?
adjusting yours.
Oops, I didn't put my shirt on.
That's okay. You're good.
Are you sure? Because I could run.
No, you're good. You're good. All right. Last committee meeting of the day is Strategic Partnerships and Advancement, and we will turn it over to Chair Conti.
Thank you, Chair Martins. Good afternoon. I would like to remind everyone that this meeting is covered by the Florida Sunshine Law, and members of the public and press are invited to attend. Trustees who have joined virtually, please mute your telephone and when speaking, and state your name first when asking a question. If you have any issues with being recognized, please text Lauren and she will correct them on the spot. Lauren, will you please call the roll and confirm quorum for voting?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Chair Conti.
Here.
Vice Chair Mills. Trustee Cardenas.
Here.
Trustee Condello.
Here.
Trustee Lopez. Trustee McAlpin.
Here.
Sir, we do have a quorum, but for the record, are there any other trustees joining us today?
Martins.
Kitty. Brissy. Sorry.
King.
Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you. The minutes from February 22nd meet are included in your meeting materials. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Have a motion? Okay, I'll call the motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff. Any discussion regarding the minutes at all? If not, we have a motion and second, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. How many trustees do we have on this? on the screen.
I think
Is it just Jeff and I?
No. You've got some here as well.
Okay. I assure you it's going to be interesting, guys.
The good news is that's the only thing you have to vote on.
There's nothing, that's correct, yes. It is an informational meeting, and we'll now move on to a discussion section of our agenda. UCF Advancement and Partnerships Update. Rodney Grabowski, Senior Vice President of Advancement and Partnership and CEO, UCF Foundation, is with us today to present the report. But before he does, I just want to mention, I've had a few conversations with him and give you a little color behind what he's been doing since he started September 22. So you can get a perspective in today's presentation, although we may recommend some changes, of how busy he's been. I was very pleased to hear that he met with all the stakeholders assessing the whole donation campaign. And that was with deans, that was with students, student groups, central office. So many, many people, and the advancement, and most importantly, the advancement and development staff that are under him but work in each college. So he will continue that assessment of those particular individuals, and he's gathered information from all the other stakeholders in putting this together. The only thing I asked, well, I have two asks today. The one will come at the end. The first is, as he gives this presentation, give him a little runway relative to a few more months, and it'll be ready for implementation. But today's presentation will show you what he's done to date and give us opportunity to comment so that by April, he'd be ready to go. So that's, with that, Rodney, if the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Conti. And the presentation is up on the screen so you can see. You know, it's been about 5.5 months since I joined the UCF, and I will tell you it has been great conversation, and I appreciate the Board of Trustees and their real interest in this topic in regards to how we are approaching fundraising, how we're approaching engagement, and really challenging me to make sure that we think about the whole organization and how do we advance the organization and to greater success to help advance the university. And so, you know, in the spirit of that, I just wanted to share this, that this really is a team effort, and I have been very pleased with the people that I'm working with within the advancement organization and the University Communications and Marketing and the like. A lot of things going on, but yet we still have a lot to do, as the chair had mentioned. Mid-September, I started talking to internal university leadership and then started talking externally about providing a regular update in regards to our fundraising progress, which we call attainment. So that really is something that you think about when I do this report. It is how much we've done, so that's more backward looking. And then the second page of the report that we call our attainment report is also about forecasting and where we anticipate that we'll end either December 31st or June 30. And that type of forecasting is an art and a science, and it's something that I'm pleased to say when we had forecasted a number for December 31st, we actually thought it was an aggressive number, but believe it or not only did we hit that number, we exceeded it. And so it's that type of forecasting that I hope to continue to provide for you, and that's based upon actual discussions with potential donors, as well as and having conversations with the advancement staff. We're working very hard on this topic. And so that's why these attainment reports, I get them weekly and I share them with university leadership, but it calculates our fiscal year performance summary. It looks at alumni engagement and annual giving, fundraising productivity, and asks and closes made, and quarterly expected asks and expected closes and discounted projections. Just because we think that we're going to ask, for instance, for, I'll use a number, $50 million, doesn't mean that we expect that to all come in, because there's always a yield rate when it comes to those asks and the actual gifts received. And so The actual attainment to date, progress toward goal on this report, which was prepared towards the end of January in preparation for the board meeting, we are at $57.6 million against an $85 million goal. I'm pleased to update you as of today, we are currently at $67.4 million against the $85 million goal, which is at 79% of goal.
That's great. It's early in the year. That's terrific, Rod.
And just to share, it is truly a team effort, but this is the highest number we have achieved in fundraising to date, in a fiscal year to date, ever in the history of the university. So it's a really applause to the team and the deans and the vice presidents and the president who are working very hard on this. Additionally, when we look at proposal forecast, this is the forecasting for the future. We are projecting by the end of June, now remember our goal that we established for this fiscal year was $85 million, and our projection that at the end of, towards the end of January was actually a $93.2 million projection that is discounted so that it seems more accurate and more likely to come in, and that so a $93.2 million against an $85 million goal, which also is very, very strong. And the most current update is that there is a possibility that we will top 100 million by June 30, which is a benchmark that the president has set out for me to accomplish. I don't think it was quite this early in my tenure, Mr. President, but I am. It would be incredible if we actually achieve this number this year. But it's really a testament to the great programs and the opportunities that we have here at the university that donors are investing in. But that's the overall number, and I think that it's important that you know as a board that I want to make sure that you know that I'm also paying attention to how we get to that number, because and that is paying attention to the actual vision and focus of our advancement staff. I'm sharing this slide with you so you understand is that plotting our giving history back in time. My experience with philanthropy and campaigns is that you should never drop below the campaign median, as I've said in the past. So my goal is for us to never drop below a campaign median. That's a pretty modest 42 million. So that's not an incredibly high benchmark in today's standards for us. But I will tell you that I also want to make sure that we are consistently and not only do we want to hit $100 million a year or more in philanthropy, we want to consistently do that so that it's showing a pattern of behavior. And how do you get to that pattern of behavior is when you really focus on the proper things in advancement. And just to give you an idea, the division focus of advancement, this gives you a pie chart of all the different things that constitute what happens within the advancement organization. And development and alumni engagement's the obvious, but the communications and marketing, it's not only advancement communications and marketing, but we're also doing university communications and marketing, the operations, donor relations, events, finance, and then the partnership piece, which we are building out very actively right now. But when I talked with advancement officers and deans, one of the things that I found, and it's important to note, the current state of what our advancement officer focus is on the left-hand side. And it's hard to see this slide, but it really is, when you look at it, it's event coordination. This is what the advancement officers have been doing. Alumni engagement, fundraising, communications and marketing, government-funded grants, and other duties, miscellaneous duties. Oh, and by the way, they're also fundraising. And I've really talked to them about the fact that all those gray pieces of the pie, I am working to build up the infrastructure of the organization to do that so that the right side is what the fundraisers are doing. And that is where I have charged our alumni engagement office, for instance, is that we have so many alumni and you look at all of our different colleges and we understand the age demographic. Well, we really do need to make sure that alumni engagement area is working to support the fundraising area. And we've identified that we don't have alumni engagement officers directly supporting certain colleges, and we're making that fix so that the fundraisers can eventually get out of that responsibility and focus on the fundraising. So that's what I want to make sure I emphasize, because when we look at productivity measures for fundraisers, individually, I am paying attention to their portfolio size, their visits, their solicitations, and their commitments. And then when we look at not only their productivity and the productivity measures that they should be evaluated on, we should pay attention to their years in the profession, their position of responsibility, their unit, their portfolio value, and pay attention to their attainment salary ratio. Those are things that are kind of key performance indicators in the industry. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a snapshot of what I found and what we're working to improve. In regards to the portfolio size, this chart basically is representative of the 29 gift officers that are currently what we consider major gift officers here at UCF. And the black columns are an individual person that have been made anonymous. On the left-hand side is the gift officer level experience is the most junior, and the right-hand side is the most senior. And based upon industry standards, and an organization that I use for benchmarking is the Educational Advisory Board out of Washington, D.C., that we are now I think it's a global member, so all parts of the university have access to this benchmarking data, and that there really is an analysis of, in the industry, what should the portfolio sizes be for gift officers. And a portfolio size is who is on your list of people to contact. I mean, it's as simple as that. And that the gold line is a sample of what the benchmark probably should be for an institution like UCF. And the black bars show where we're at. And this is the, we see a pattern here. I see the pattern really quickly. We're running anywhere from only a third to a half of what our portfolio sizes should be. And so I have challenged the advancement staff is that as we think about our goal setting that will be commencing here in the next month for starting at July 1, they need to build their portfolios to these benchmarks. Because if you don't have a big enough portfolio, you're going to have a hard time accomplishing the funds raised for your position and your salary level. And so they are focusing on that. I don't want to just dump people into their portfolios. They have to meet with people, they have to qualify, they have to, so it takes time, and they have some time to be able to do that. But by focusing on the individual, the sum of the parts is really what's going to drive our fundraising success in the future.
Rod, before you move on to the next page, I have a question. Yes. You and I spoke about this page in depth, and yes. I see you played the nicer guy and didn't put the statistic that I wanted in there. With your experience, I failed to mention before that, and this is relevant, that Rod's experience in other state universities, other state-funded universities, profiles are generally the same. Some are older, and that makes a difference, but most were not, like the University of South Florida. Right. And we found that when you match what's going on here and what's going on in the myriad of universities that he worked for, I think there's about 5 of them, it was state-run, no privates. We were about, what, 41% below?
Well, what that number was, Chair Conti, was last year as we looked at how the number of fundraisers, how many actually achieved their goals, and it was only 41%. Got it. And I will tell you that 41% is largely driven by portfolio size as seen here. We've got to fix step 1 so that steps 2 and 3 will be successful.
Good, thank you.
So we're having great success, and I am so excited that we're having great success with our philanthropy, but we need to make sure that it's long-term, and that's my goal, is to make sure that we are continually hitting that 100 million plus number, and the only way that you do that is by building long-term pipeline. And so the attainment goal, this is the fundraising goal per gift officer, and generally, the industry standard is they should be somewhere between the gray and the gold lines. We have some fundraisers that are, their goal is above it, and we have some that are below it. The challenge with this one is that, okay, yeah, great. There's more that are in between the range. That's fantastic. The problem is, when you only have 41% of your fundraisers actually achieve their goal, then it becomes problematic. And I need to make sure that we are focusing the fundraisers on all of these things so that they understand how to be successful. With that, I know that as we prepare for big ideas really require a lot of thinking at the university and how to think about philanthropy. And one of the things that, in my experience, is as we prepare for a campaign, is that we need to do some training internally with the university partners. That could be deans, vice presidents, department heads as well, that talk about philanthropy and how their respective role in philanthropy and how to think about big ideas. And we will be planning a similar type of training for volunteers as well in the future as we continue to build out our campaign timeline. But this is an important first step as we think about building out these bold ideas that will be the driving force behind a comprehensive campaign to support the university's strategic plan. This is happening on, I believe, March 21st of next month. And as I just mentioned, the big ideas and fundraising priorities, and I'm not going to reiterate that. And then finally, the partnerships piece that the President and I have been talking a lot about is what defines a Pegasus partnership. And we've had a lot of work gone into this, and we are probably 95% of the way in developing a framework that I'll be presenting to this board at future opportunities as we continue to tweak this, and we're stress testing a model right now to see if this model will work for us. And I anticipate that we will be on target to achieve the goal that was set out of having several Pegasus partners by the, I think it was May of this year. And to give you an example of how we're approaching this and thinking about our partnerships, this is an example, XYZ company. We really have defined 4 strategic buckets in regards to how corporations potentially partner with us. That's on the talent development side, discovery and innovation, collaboration, and philanthropy. And as you think about the preeminent level of being a Pegasus partner, our current thinking is that a Pegasus partner would need to do something in each one of these areas. So we want to make sure a partnership with UCF at the preeminent level of Pegasus partner is wide and deep so that it's not seen as just a transaction. But there is we're anticipating having a dollar associated with this partnership level of either in the form of philanthropy or joint R&D projects or cash that's coming into the university, and we're working through that to determine what the best level would be. But, you know, and it's something that we're looking for not just one time. We would like this to be a 5-year commitment as a Pegasus partner so that we can truly continue to deepen the relationships with the corporations that are working with us. And with that, Chair Conti, that concludes my presentation because I think the last slide is actually a slide that you get to talk about, and that is our Day of Giving.
Thank you. I do want to just mention here that if we make, you know, in order to make a lot of these goals that and these wonderful programs that you've outlined, there will be some turnover. You know, I guess there's an assessment period time that you have in mind that tells you whether someone will get the job done or not. But, you know, perhaps you can call some of the other universities you work for, and they may want to leave an ugly Buffalo for a beautiful Orlando. But, you know, you just call the stars that actually worked with you before, because that's what this is all about. It's about people that are not afraid to do what your goals are calling for. So,
well, Chair Conti, I have heard that message loud and clear from the trustees, from the university president, and from the foundation board. So the one thing there is consistency.
well, that's good. I always never like to be the outlier. Before we get to the Day of Giving, our next item on the, thank you, Rod.
Thank you.
Then we'll get back to the Day of Giving. Our next item is information related. Well, before I move on, do we have any questions? I guess it's Jeff and I. Any questions?
I have one.
Okay.
Trustee Christie has a question.
Oh, okay.
I was over here crunching numbers.
Yep.
if I understand page 16, benchmark portfolio and size, the left side of the chart is the newer team members, correct?
Newer team members, that is correct.
And the right side is the team members who've been with us for a prolonged period of time. If you look at the numbers, and I crunched them based on what I just saw briefly and guessing, if you divide it into 4 groups, your first group's at 406, your next group's at 326, starting with newer to older, then you drop off. I know that we talked about education and training, but that seems like a pretty interesting correlation to me, that your youth on the team is outproducing the tenured youth on the team dramatically. Would you agree with that?
This is about portfolio size, and the next one, slide 17, is actually about their fundraising goal.
Right.
So there might be some truth to that, and part of it, it's a bit more complicated because depending on the unit that they represent, for instance, we do know that you could take the same position in the College of Business and you would expect them to perform at a higher level in regards to gift size than you would one of our colleges that doesn't have alumni that, find affluence quickly out of the gate with their job or their profession that's associated with their degree. But you're pointing out things that, yes, I have observed as well, is that, we need to have the more senior people doing a much higher multiplier of their salary.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one comment to that, Trustee Christie, it's important to note that some of this advancement staff are in colleges that are just not exciting. So you're not going to get the same kind of donation excitement that you would in athletics or, what we do well, engineering or medical. These are the things that we're recognized for. And they probably, if the people here, and it's anonymous, are not making it in at least those colleges, then we have a problem. The others, there might not be as much of an interest or as large a group that have graduated. So I'm sure you'll take that all into account when you're assessing them.
Absolutely. And I think that's important to point out on this the slide 16 with the benchmark of portfolio size. You see that the younger staff have higher portfolio sizes than the more experienced, and that's intentional. Because typically a person that's younger in their profession is going to be focusing on smaller size gifts. It could be $1,000, $5,000 annually, whereas someone that is on the right-hand side, their benchmark of expectation is that they're focusing on $100,000 plus gifts. So they're dealing typically with a smaller portfolio of people, but they're going to potentially have a higher impact. And those correlations should be happening. We're not there yet, and I recognize that.
Right. Well, good. I mean, that should be all part of your assessment. All right.
But I do want to make sure that I'm just not assessing. We're actually focusing and getting to work. So this is an active work environment.
Any other questions relative to the presentation? Rod, what's the next version of this, and where would you discuss it? In front of this committee again in April or June, whatever our next meeting is?
The next version of this, I would anticipate, I don't know if it would be the April or May meeting. We're going through April, May, June. We do our goal setting process for the next fiscal year, so that come July 1, we have goals locked in. And that we have to go through this process and then eventually get a final approval from the president on what those goals are. So I really would want to focus on that as being the benchmark moving forward, because we know where we're at. I don't want to spend any more time knowing where we're at. I want to get people focused on having goals that where they should be.
That's good. And you have a head start, so you have time.
That's right.
To get these people focused correctly.
That's right.
Thank you, Rod. That was a great report. Without any other questions, we'll move on to the next. And the next is just an informational piece of the agenda about the specialty license plates. Would any member want to discuss that after review? If I'm not hearing any discussion,
I'll just say thanks. I did not know as much about that. I mean, that was great for me to learn about it, and I don't know how many people actually know of it, is the other aspect of this. I learned for the first time a couple days ago.
Okay. Any other comment? Good. All righty, well, my second ask, the first was to give Rod a little more time to get his program in action. The second is, it's most, who we are, most visible volunteer leaders on campus. It is crucial that we lead by example and show our commitment to the mission of the great university through philanthropic events. The UCF's Day of Giving, we should have 100%. And what do we have, 13 trustees? Is that the number? I think that's what it is.
Yes, that's right.
Plus we have, leadership. We need 100% participation. I don't know that the number matters as much as we gave. So Chair Martins, you might want to actually make a number. In the past, we were given a number to donate. And that was quite a few years ago, because this is my second term. I could certainly share that with you offline. But I think we need to make a big splash for this university to see. And also, we need to promote that to the students. That's my second ask.
I totally agree, Chair Conti. We achieved 100% participation last year from this board. And as you say, that provides a leadership opportunity for everyone in the entire campus community. So at the very least, I would echo your comments that we should have 100% participation from this board. But you and I can talk offline about, potentially setting a goal for the board as well.
Good. And I think we need to think about how we get that across to the student body. So we're not just the suits up there, that we're actually part of, making the university great.
Sure, absolutely.
Any other new business to be brought forth to the committee? Any other questions? Without any, I call it adjourned.
Thank you, Chair Conti. This brings us to the end of our committee meeting day. I want to thank all of the staff and presenters for all of the work that went into all of today's presentations. I also want to thank the board for their active participation and your line of questioning during the course of these committee meetings. As you know, this is the day that we get into the majority of the detail of what the staff is proposing, what they're working on. It's very important that we definitely prepare ourselves in reading all of the material, but also ask the difficult questions so that we make sure that we are providing the right level of governance, and I appreciate you all doing that today. So we will have our full Board of Trustees meeting tomorrow, right here in this same location, beginning at 9:00 a.m. sharp. We look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow. With that, we are adjourned for the day. Thank you.
You.